Honorable Minister of Tourism of Gilgit, Baltistan, Mr. Raja Nasir Ali Khan from Pakistan, Dasho Dorji Dradul, Director General, Tourism Council of Bhutan, Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head Foreign Exchange and Development Finance, State Bank of Pakistan, Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, Director General ICIMOD, Mr. Basanta Rajshrestha, Director Strategic Cooperation ICIMOD, Your Excellencies, distinguished panelists, respected participants, media friends, and ICIMOD colleagues, Kuzazumbala to our audience in Bhutan, and Assalamu alaikum to our participants from Pakistan, and Namaste to all. On behalf of the organizers, State Bank of Pakistan and the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD, a very warm welcome to the webinar on Sustainable Mountain Tourism and Financial Solutions. I'm Naina Shakya, Partnership and Private Sector Specialist in the Strategic Cooperation Unit of ICIMOD, and it is indeed a great pleasure for me to serve as host for this important event this morning. We are truly privileged by the online participation of so many here joining us, as well as our esteemed speakers for the much awaited webinar on a regional focus, regional perspective, and a regional journey towards green, inclusive, and resilient tourism economies. Thank you all for being a part of yet another important milestone in the collective efforts to continue the regional learning and uptake of knowledge and solutions across Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan. We are grateful to our webinar production team here who are assisting with all technical and logistical matters. If you have any technical issues, please reach out to us in the chat box. It is going to be an intriguing, interactive, and interesting webinar, and we shall start right away. To begin the inaugural program, I would like to cordially invite ICIMOD's Director General, Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, to deliver his welcome and opening remarks. Over to you, Dr. Pema.
Thank you. Good morning. Namaste. Assalamu alaikum. Khusuzangbo to all. Happy World Environment Day. On behalf of ICIMOD and my colleagues organizing this webinar, I would like to welcome Your Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister of Gilgit, Baltistan, Pakistan, and Dasho Doji Dadil, Director General of Tourism, Nepal, our distinguished representatives from the State Bank of Pakistan, Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head, Foreign Exchange and Development Finance, Mr. Mazhar Shahzad, Joint Director, Infrastructure, Housing and SME Finance, Mr. Imran Ahmad, Additional Director, Department of Finance and Support. I am also delighted to extend a warm welcome to our eminent panelists from Bhutan, Pakistan, and Nepal, including Mr. Patmakshi Rana, Deputy Director of Programs, Nepal Community, Mr. Iqbal Walji, President of Walji's Travel, Mr. Prem Mokhtan, Director of Credit Services, Bank of Bhutan, Mr. Maitra Shakya, Executive Corporate Advisory and Research Unit of Naval Investment Bank Limited, Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, the topic of this webinar, Sustainable Tourism and Financial Solutions, is indeed a highly relevant topic for commemorating this year's World Environment Day, as tourism is one sector which can greatly impact the environment one way or other. Tourism can help generate much needed investments for protecting our environment and conserving our culture and biodiversity, but it can also destroy them if not properly managed. We have seen examples of both positive impacts of tourism as well as its negative impacts in our region, and this webinar brings together government authorities, experts, financial institutions, and entrepreneurs from our three member countries, namely Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan, to share experiences and, more importantly, to discuss the way forward for a more sustainable, equitable, and resilient tourism sector. Tourism has already become one of the most important economic sectors in our countries and has been flagged, and rightly so, as a priority area of investment for the future. The benefits from tourism spread across the cross sections of our society, from travel agents, hoteliers, and taxi operators in towns and cities to farmers, herders, and small eateries in the remotest and highest corners of our mountains. In fact, it has become the main source of employment and livelihoods in many parts of our region. This has become strikingly evident from the start of this ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, which has hit this industry hardest and took away millions of jobs and income of so many of our people and significantly reduced the revenue for our states. Yet, this is one sector that will bounce back sooner or later. I've been saying that if there is one industry which can make a V-shaped recovery, it would be tourism. Everyone, including ourselves, is waiting to get out and travel after such a long period of restricted travel and movement. We are already seeing this happening in the USA and Europe, and with the hope for a cure to this pandemic provided by the ongoing vaccination drives, people all over must be making their travel plans. Therefore, we must gear ourselves for this tourism tsunami, if you like, and be prepared to reap the benefits from it without destroying our environment and culture. This then boils down to proper planning and investment that we will be discussing today. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I need not elaborate on the potential of tourism in our region. We are endowed with immensely rich and diverse natural and cultural assets. From the majestic beauties of the world's highest peaks to the awe-inspiring historical sites and monuments that dot our region, the scope and opportunities for growth in this sector is unlimited. We can have all forms of tourism: nature-based, culture-based, adventure, recreation, wellness, and spiritual retreats and pilgrimage, to name just few. Therefore, this lull in the tourism business created by the pandemic must be used as an opportunity to rethink and reset the button for this industry. Governments need to review policies and ensure that proper regulations are in place for improving sustainability and equity. They have to look at developing tourism products and packages with a regional lens that will call for removing existing barriers related to entry and transits in particular. With a regional package and a regional brand, we have much more to gain than to lose. Someone coming all the way from Japan, the United States, or Switzerland to Kathmandu would prefer to combine a trip to Gilgit and Thimphu rather than making a separate one. I recall His Excellency the Prime Minister of Pakistan's address during a recent visit to Sri Lanka when he mentioned about the potential for promoting Buddhist pilgrimage sites as destinations for tourists. This is futuristic, but realistic at the same time, and we have to start planning now. For example, we can start a pilgrimage circuit based on the life history of Guru Padmasambhava, the great 8th century Buddhist saint and teacher who was believed to be born in the Swat Valley of Pakistan, who traveled across the Hindu Kush Himalayas and left behind many popular pilgrimage sites in Nepal and Bhutan. For the banking and private sector, let me assure you that investing in the tourism sector is a safe bet. However, we may need to look at innovative ways of doing that, such as focusing on green and environmental friendly facilities and services. While the initial investment may be higher, there is potential to charge a premium through setting standards and branding with the pristine mountain environment and rich culture as our unique selling points. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that with opportunities to discuss and share experiences among our stakeholders provided by webinars such as this one, we will be able to develop a vibrant but responsible and sustainable tourism industry in our region. With a very distinguished lineup of speakers from all our three countries, Nepal, Pakistan, and Bhutan, including bankers and sector experts, I am highly optimistic that this webinar would be helpful to decision makers, planners, investors, and entrepreneurs and mountain communities in general to collaborate and enhance partnership to strengthen policies and strategies for an inclusive, green, and resilient tourism. In this regard, we feel greatly inspired by the presence of His Excellency the Minister of Tourism of Gilgit, Baltistan, raising this occasion. In fact, my colleagues told me that this exchange idea started from a modest research that my colleagues conducted in Gilgit, Baltistan. To conclude, let me reiterate that tourism is the future for our mountains. But this future must be green, inclusive, and resilient. Let us hope that Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan would lead the way forward in our collective journey. From ICIMOD, we will be happy to facilitate and support in any way that we can to realize this dream for a one Hindu Kush Himalaya tourism destination. I thank you all for this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you, and over to you, Naina.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pema Gyamtsho. It is indeed an important event for ICIMOD and for our regional member country partners as we take pride to continue our joint efforts for the mountain and people of the Hindu Kush Himalayas. Now, I would like to request Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head of Foreign Exchange and Development Finance, and Group Head also of Networking and Financial Management, State Bank of Pakistan, to kindly give his opening remarks. Over to you, Mr. Zaman.
Thank you very much, Naina. His Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Minister for Tourism, Gilgit and Baltistan, Mr. Pema Gyamtsho, Director General ICIMOD, and distinguished guests and participants. Very good morning and Assalamu Alaikum. If we look at our Pakistan northern area, it offers diverse landscapes from cold deserts towards highest mountain ranges. As already been shared by Mr. Pema, that this area gives us the highest, I think, potential because this area is greater than many of the tourist hotspots at the moment, like Europe and other countries. So with this potential, it contributes and includes the natural beauty, heritage, culture, and diverse flora and fauna. If I look at the potential of the sector, it spurs the inclusive economic growth due to a wide variety of linked industries. It also creates direct jobs and indirect jobs, develop new opportunities for youth-led startups. It also contributes to sustainable development goals, particularly SDGs 8, 12, 13, and 14. It also generates foreign exchange and promotes safe image of the country. With all this potential, if we look at the statistics, according to UN WTO statistics, tourism recorded unparalleled growth before COVID-19 with approximately 1.4 billion international tourist arrivals in 2019 and export earnings of US dollar $1.7 trillion. It's a huge 7% in the world exports. But if we look at the Pakistan international tourism receipts in 2019 before COVID, it amounts to 494 million, making up only 0.1% of the South Asia receipts. That is pity. I think we are very at the bottom. Similarly, to the entire world, Pakistan economy has also been affected due to COVID-19, including downturn in tourism and business travel. Although we have very little share, and again, with this COVID-19, we have included badly affected. However, at State Bank of Pakistan, to counter the effects of the COVID-19 on economic growth and employment, we introduced various measures for SME lending. As you know that under this tourism ecosystem, majority of the players are small and medium enterprises. So to spur the growth in or to save them from the adverse effects of the SMEs, State Bank of Pakistan give regulatory relief through SME PRs for deferment of up to 1 year for or issuing restriction loan exceeding deferment of 1 year. Similarly, we also give relief for EFS, Export Finance Scheme, for example, extension in shipment period of 6 months under EFS 1, and reduction in export performance under EFS 2 for 2 times to 1.5 times for financial year 20 and 21. We also introduced various concessionary schemes for purchase of medical supplies and equipment, setting up industrial units, and payment of wages and salaries to staff. End user for SMEs under these schemes range from 1% to 7%. Therefore, with this package, around rupees 189 million was financed from Islamabad office for tourism affiliated sectors under refinance scheme for payment of wages and salaries to the workers and employees of business concerns. So from the, as far as our SPB Banking Services Corporation is concerned, you know, we are a subsidiary of the Central Bank of Pakistan, and we have presence in the 16 cities of these countries. So we have a footprint across Pakistan from Karachi to Islamabad, Peshawar, and all major cities of Pakistan. So under our only Islamabad office and Muzaffarabad, these two offices are actually located near this northern areas or in the northern areas. So they have actually financed 889 million for this sector, for this COVID, to avoid these bad effects of COVID-19. If we look at the standing of Pakistan, we got the ranking at 121 out of 140 countries in the Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Report 2019 by the World Economic Forum. As you know, we have the huge potential, but our position is very much not unsatisfactory or not satisfactory. So Pakistan remains the least competitive industry in South Asia when it comes to TNT, including the region's least favored safety and security conditions. However, looking at the potential of this industry, this government actually prioritized is one of the priority sector, and it constituted a national coordination committee on tourism to lead the country into becoming the fastest growing tourism destination. The committee will devise an effective regulatory and implementation mechanism on national minimum standards. This committee has also been tasked to promote investment through public-private partnership and small and medium enterprises. It will also suggest measures to promote formal training of manpower engaged with the tourism industry. So look at the realizing the importance of the tourism value chains. This Pakistan is actually now this committee is suggesting on this how we capitalize these tourism value chains. So this describes how private sector is collaborating with government and civil society works to facilitate visitor experience. One such example is travel responsibly for experiencing ecotourism in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. In short, it's TRACK, a collaboration between KP government, World Bank Group, and Nestle Pakistan. TRACK works for the protection of ecosystem through solid waste management and plastic recycling at the tourism sites across KP, and its activities includes awareness campaigns for tourists and training of local communities and businesses on waste minimization and collection. This is one of the efforts to boost the and collaboration between private and the public sector to boost the tourism activities in the northern areas. As I am from the central bank, so against in any business, financing is at the heart of the of that business to boost it. So tourism industry, actually, if we look at it has many different sectors or industries. So banks can contribute to tourism financing by developing products for lending to any of these sectors. These includes hospitality, which is hotels and restaurants, transportations, it's airlines, car rentals, etc. Travel facilitation and information, for example, tour operators, travel agents, tourist information centers, attractions, entertainment, heritage sites, and theme, national and wildlife. So there is a wide variety of industries which can be financed by the banks to develop, to take part in the development of these things. And it also contributes, as I mentioned earlier, in the economic development. As far as SPBS is concerned, we have adopted the sector-specific approach, and our field offices selects a sector in its respective regions to focus on during the year and execute activities to promote it. In this regard, SBP, BSc, Islamabad, and Muzaffarabad offices selected the sector of tourism because they are placed in the region. So that's where they thought that they should select this sector, and they will work. They are working on the development of the sector. Under this initiative, offices are working with different stakeholders, including banks, for promotion and financing in the sector. Islamabad office is closely working with HBL and NBP as partner banks to promote financing to this sector. HBL is the largest private bank, and the NBP is the largest public sector banks in Pakistan. So this Islamabad office actually closely working with these two partner banks so that they can have financing available to these sectors which I mentioned above. So this office has also arranged this webinar. They are also partner of this webinar so that our banks can learn best practice from across borders. During the course of project, because this is one of the chosen sector by our Islamabad office and Muzaffarabad office, when they are actually working on this project, it was realized that SBP and banks faced hurdles when making intervention in the sector. I mentioned some of the major impediments which we have come across during this study. Actually, banks viewed this tourism sector as a high-risk sector. So they are shy actually to venture in this sector. Again, banks and other financial institutions don't have diversified product portfolio to cater to their needs. They also lack experts who understand the sector better and can develop specialized products of the sector. Actually, this is another impediment on the part of the commercial banks, that they have to diversify. They don't have the diversified portfolio which cater the different sector or different players of the sector. As far as sectors weaknesses are concerned, because banks are shy, because this sector lacks proper awareness with regard to managing and accounting, understanding of the market trends, and other skills undocumented. So being undocumented, banks are shy that this sector is largely undocumented. Therefore, they are shy away to financing that. Similarly, lack of awareness about the facilities being offered by banks. This is again lack of awareness on the part of the sector or of the players, because they don't know the different products which these banks have. Similarly, when the sector, mostly this sector is undocumented, so the banks largely depends on the collateral to finance this sector. So when we look at the collateral side, again, this sector has actually don't have the sufficient collateral or the collateral which is acceptable to the commercial banks. That's why this is also one of the other impediments that this sector has not thrived as such financing is concerned. Sorry. To counter this problem, there is need. Sorry, I have a bad throat. There is need for innovative solutions, some of which may include banks should build their capacity in target segment. If banks have thorough understanding of business model, it will help in assessment of income of customer. Interaction with value chain participants is crucial in this approach. So this is one way forward for the for the banks. As per the existing regulation of SBP, banks are free to do lending up to the level of ₹5 million for clients which don't have any collateral. Further, for loan portfolio exceeding the threshold of ₹5 million, banks may employ cash flow estimation techniques and other models to determine the financial health of the borrower. Actually, I think the sharing of experiences by our friends in Nepal and Bhutan may actually help out how their financial sector actually caters the needs of this sector. And our banks will learn about those techniques and can have a major share in their financing to the sector. Similarly, a new law named the Financial Transactions Securities Act 1920 has been passed and an e-registry has been established with SECP so that the businesses can have access of credit for the banking industry by using their movable assets at collateral. The businesses may make use of this facility for obtaining financing from banks. Similarly, customized repayment plans keeping in with the seasonality of tourism business may be offered. Actually, this is also advised to the banks. And banks are also encouraged to hold capacity building sessions with SMEs to enhance their ability to understand need for cash flows. It may also be noted that banks have been mandated to provide non-financial advisory services. So these are the infrastructure, or these are some of the things which banks can have taken into account to lend to this sector. As far as SVP is concerned, it has launched different concessionary finance schemes for small and medium enterprises for purchase of machinery, setting of new industrial units, meeting working capital requirements, etc. And user rate under these schemes is as low as 6% for SMEs, and they are available across Pakistan. So these sector players can have can avail these concessionary refinance schemes through the commercial banks. Under the policy for promotion of SME finance, launched in 2017, our offices, through its 16 field offices, is engaged in awareness creation of SVP refinance credit guarantee schemes amongst the SMEs. And for the period from January to December 2020, 269 programs were conducted, which include 23 sessions conducted by our North region in Muzaffarabad, Mirpur, Ahmedabad, Mansehra, etc. So we are doing our little part that the awareness part may be covered, although not at it's not sufficient if we look at the span of our country. Similarly, SBI also conducts biannual SME finance focus group meetings with regional bankers, wherein performance of banks for lending to SME is discussed. Our offices in Islamabad and Muzaffarabad assess the performance banks, encourage them to lend to the deserving SMEs of the region. So this is on our part what we are doing to increase the financing to SME, which also includes the tourism sector. In conclusion, sorry, I hope that this event will enable our banking industry to gather critical insights about products development, develop linkages with international experts institutes, learn from the experience of neighboring countries, develop synergies for future collaboration, and most importantly, initiate and expedite systematic product development for tourism industry. I think in today's seminar, our bankers specifically and other stakeholders which are related to this tourism sector, they will learn and check out the way forward strategies so that we can explore the potential of tourism in our northern areas. And at the end, I am thankful to the organizers for giving me a chance to share with some high overview about this sector and the financing requirements and the financing hiccups which restrict the financing to this sector. I shared this for the learning, and I hope that going forward our different players, bankers and other stakeholders, will learn from the experiences of our neighboring countries, and hopefully inshallah will be successful in improving the ecosystem and increase the share of the potential of this sector in this country. Thank you very much all for listening patiently.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zaman, for the extensive and great work that the State Bank of Pakistan is undergoing. And we are grateful that the State Bank of Pakistan for initiating and partnering for this webinar. We are fortunate that the collaboration started from the discussions with Mr. Kakar Ali Khan, State Bank of Pakistan, who was at that time a deputy chief in Islamabad, and our colleague, Mr. Farid Ahmad, head of strategic planning, monitoring and evaluation at ICIMOD. We appreciate the confidence in us to help contribute to the development activities of the State Bank of Pakistan. It is my pleasure to request Honorable Minister of Tourism of Gilgit Baltistan, Mr. Raja Nasir Ali Khan from Pakistan, as the chief guest speaker to deliver his remarks. Over to you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much. Honorable participants and Sustainable Mountain Tourism and Financial Solution webinar, good morning. First of all, I would like to thanks to Pema Gyamtsho, Director General, ICIMOD, Shaukat Zaman, Group Head, Foreign Exchange and Development, Finance and Group Head and Head Networking and Financial Management, State Bank of Pakistan, that in partnership with the State Bank of Pakistan. The webinar is going on to be held with aims of explore ideas and share experiences from Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan that will be inform all the stakeholders and help identify potential action area of promote green, inclusive, and resilient tourism economic through innovative financial solution and policy instrument. As we know that God has gifted our beloved country Pakistan with the destination colorful four seasons and unique landscapes in the world, from Arabian Sea to the highest of K2, the Queen of Mountain. The mountain of Pakistan covered almost 175,000 square kilometer lands area of the country, which rich biodiversity and precious mineral deposits. Pakistan's mountain range are some of the most breathtaking, beautiful environment in the world, including green hills of Kashmir, KPK, and dry rugged mountains of Gilgit-Baltistan. But these are highly susceptible to the impact of climate change. The dry mountain of Gilgit-Baltistan are not only deposits of precious mineral and stones, but also hub of the glacier deposits on outside the polar region in the world, and home of the water towers of Pakistan and India. Pakistan and India future agriculture and prosperity is depend upon these susceptible water towers and glaciers. If we could not protect these water towers and glaciers from climate change, there will be desert instead of lush green agriculture fields of Pakistan and India. And there will be hunger of and mass destruction of humanity without any war. The important segment of the mountain, this mountain ecology of the mountain communities and their roles are most important in preserving and protecting this delicious, delicate landscape with sustainable livelihood and harmony with the nature. There are 1.8 million mountain communities living in mountain of Gilgit-Baltistan with the growth of rate 3.2 per annum. Gilgit-Baltistan is the heaven of the earth for tourists and famous tourist destination in the world. During 2018, Gilgit-Baltistan witnessed 1.3 million domestic tourists and 10,000 of foreign tourists record climate of mass domestic tourist inflow during last 2 years. Keeping in the view of this flow, the tourist department, government of Gilgit-Baltistan is in plan to launch a project for socio-economic, environmental, and culture impact study of tourist flow in GB. And second, started a study on the management of the top areas, 10 sites, and planning of the investment in untapped areas, 22 sites, as pilot project and looking forward for high value tourism in Gilgit-Baltistan in future. One, the ocean of the webinar discussion, I would like to draw the attention of the participants to address the climate change issue in diverse policies according the special perspective of these water tower mountain and communities by harmonizing the livelihood of the folks, these folks of communities through protecting, conserving, and enhancing in the management in the rich natural and cultural heritage resources of this area. In order to reduce poverty and improve the living condition of people without compromising the interests of this future generation. Finally, once again, I would like to request State Bank of Pakistan to invest on youth, Gilgit-Baltistan, linking hospitality sector and tourism sector, especially in the context of COVID-19 by supporting tourist operators, investment in basic facilities like tourist model village, establishment of campsites to discover barracks and motors, and construction and limited international level accommodation facilities. Once again, I am thankful to Pema, Director General ICIMOD, and Shaukat Zaman, Group Head Foreign Exchange and Development, Finance and Group and Head Networking and Financial Management, State Bank of Pakistan, arranged a webinar on subject discussed. Thanks. Pakistan, Paindabad. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. With Pakistan as a regional member country of ICIMOD, we are grateful to you for being here with us, for your encouraging support, and the continued cooperation extended by the government of Pakistan.
Inshallah, thank you so much. We are hoping and waiting for your next webinar.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Ghulam Ali, Program Coordinator of the Hindu Kush Karakoram Pamir Landscape Initiative at ICIMOD, who will be highlighting the background and the objectives of the webinar. Over to you, Mr. Ghulam Ali.
Thank you, Naina. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister, Gilgit-Baltistan, Honorable Pema Gyamtsho, Director General ICIMOD, Honorable Shaukat Zaman, Group Head Foreign Exchange and Development Finance, and Group Head Networking and Financial Management, State Bank of Pakistan, distinguished officials from State Bank of Pakistan, our distinguished panelists from Bhutan, Pakistan, and Nepal, Director Basanta and ICIMOD colleagues, our distinguished participants and keen listeners. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on your time tuning in. Assalamu alaikum, Kozo Gyamtsho, Namaste. A warm welcome to you all again in this webinar. Let me start by saying that Nepal, Pakistan, and Bhutan are tourism magnets with a huge potential to grow. How effectively, innovatively, collectively, and sustainably we manage the tourism with the rigor and positive impact of tourism for next generation is up to us, including countries, tourism planners, ministries, policymakers, bankers, financial institutions, entrepreneurs, the communities, and all other service providers. The idea of this webinar actually originated from a small research in the mountains of Gilgit, Baltistan, Pakistan, to understand the circuit tourism potential in landscape that we call Hindu Kush, Karakoram, and Pamir landscape, generally also known as Bam Dunya, connecting China, Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Tajikistan. It is truly a treasure trove of biodiversity, nature, ecosystem, and culture, a teeming ecotourism hotspot. The landscape is very rich in socio-cultural and ecological endowments with the keystone species, flora and fauna. Water towers is a great source of varied ecosystem, including food, water, air, and others to downstream. During the study, we were struck with a couple of questions that how mountain communities and enterprises manage risk, how banks and financial institutions seek innovative financial solutions for a greener, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable tourism. The other question was, what is the level of impact of climate change and a COVID pandemic on mountain tourism and respective challenges and opportunities? These questions and interaction with the communities further revealed us that there is a lot need to be done and understood in this area before coming to any conclusive finding. This in turn gave us an opportunity to initiate a discussion with State Bank of Pakistan and also to look and learn from the region that how other touristic countries in the region are responding to these challenges. One of our ICIMOD colleague, Farid Ahmed, had strategic planning and monitoring, had a meeting with Waqar Ali Khan at State Bank Office, Islamabad. That is the moment that triggered for this partnership for this webinar. ICIMOD, being regional organization, loves to convene such webinars which are important for regional countries to foster regional exchanges, generate ideas and policies leading to positive impact on people and environment. When we discuss further the need for this regional exchange with the colleagues at State Bank of Pakistan, they graciously liked the idea and became partner in this learning journey. With this partnership, all of us are here now in the webinar. Thank you all colleagues and friends at State Bank of Pakistan. This is truly a desired partnership for well-being of Pakistan, well-being of people, countries, environment, and tourism. The aim of this webinar is to share and learn the experiences from each other and help devising innovative financial and policy solutions. Hopefully today we will be able to conclude with a rich exchange and cross-learning about ideas, experiences, challenges, and opportunities for tailored financial and policy solutions for tourism, enhanced cooperation and collaborations for sustainable mountain tourism, including both elements, policy and financial dimensions, enhanced understanding of impact of climate change and the COVID pandemic on mountain tourism challenges and opportunity in the region. And finally, we will be able, hopefully, to agree on a way forward actions to have a future collaboration and event. I wish you best of luck for the webinar to open new opportunities and window of exchanges and long-lasting solutions. Thank you very much. Over to you, Naina.
Thank you, Mr. Ghulam Ali. Next, we have Dr. Lama, tourism specialist of ICIMOD, who will be enlightening us about sustainable mountain tourism in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. Over to you, Dr. Lama.
Thank you, Neeraji. First of all, honorable the Minister from Gilgit, Baltistan, distinguished delegates joining us from different parts of Pakistan as well as from different corners of the world. Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, Director General of ICIMOD, Mr. Basanta, and also dear participants and colleagues from ICIMOD. It's my great honor to be sharing this, our experience, the ICIMOD's experience of promoting sustainable mountain tourism in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. The idea behind this presentation is just to inform our the participants here in relation to where does mountain tourism stand, given the fact that this has seen a lot of changes from the concept that mountain tourism became very prominent back in the early 80s and 90s till the date now, where we are confronted with complex risk and how do we now move forward. So in that relations, I just wanted to give a snapshot of what does it mean when we say sustainable mountain tourism in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, particularly when we are talking about the responsible recovery aspects. The Hindu Kush Himalayan region is one of the greatest mountain ecosystems in the world, precisely because it supports, different biodiversity, culture. It's also a global asset for water, energy, food. But most prominently, this is the landscape where millions of people, especially our mountain communities, drive off their living from some of the important livelihood options, and particularly we're talking about tourism. But tourism also operates, this mountain is a very unique and specific landscape for the fact that it provides bountiful, but it had its niche characters also. So that's why mountain matters to us, particularly when it comes to envisioning a future for Hindu Kush Himalayan region, which is a future that is prosperous, but again, in the hindsight that ensuring that livelihood has to be resilient. This has been already expressed, but just to take us through, the understanding of mountain and tourism in the space where, this whole aspects of livelihood is dependent is the concept of tourism is very much diverse. But within the idea of sustainable tourism, it operates in the mountains in different types, starting from ecotourism all the way to wellness. But one thing what is important for us to note is that the notion of sustainability is very much parts and parcel of our understanding and the kind of tourism that we develop. So there is a lot of interface or overlaps between when we say wellness or culinary tourism because of this fact that we believe in promoting the sustainability aspects. While saying that, we all of us are aware, and also the reason why we are here together is definitely our mountains are becoming vulnerable to the fact that earlier the pandemic, when pandemic was not there, we were still one of the most vulnerable sites in relation to climate change, and our previous speakers have already alluded the fact that the mountains of Gilgit Baltistan is also very much being affected by climate change and its implication in water, glaciers, and so on and so forth. But definitely now adding to complexity to this already existing development pressures as well as the challenge is the pandemic. And what we have felt that never in our history of implementing mountain tourism in this part of the world have we been so much confronted with the complex challenges. And primarily when we see from the tourism and the economies point of view, there is a whole disruptions in the supply chain of the tourism that gets operated in the mountain. And that means, the supply chain disruption means also the disruptions in the well-being of the mountain communities, their businesses. Why the disruptions, the idea of disruptions and well-being is important factors. We would have to really take a step back to understand, what does mountain tourism mean in the current scenario, and that's why we need to revisit the idea of mountain tourism. So in a peripheral area, in our approach of promoting mountain tourism is that it has a very strong interface with the economies. When we say in economies, at macro level, from country specific to the site level, where mountain, like our pilot sites or mountain areas. And particularly when we look, these are two different areas where this whole the economic aspects and its values that gets created are at the production as well as a consumption level. We all understand very well that there is a revenue relevance, GDP relevance of values when tourism growth happens, but at the same time, jobs, employment is also one of the important areas that results into. Besides this, but it also, most importantly, it promotes the growth of small and businesses or micro enterprises in the community level. Because of the aspects that there is traveling happening in the remote mountains, there is the tourist dollar that gets spent, especially in consuming goods and services, also provide now a sort of or injects an economy in the local areas in the form of revenue and expenditures. And one thing which is very important and becoming an important emerging discourses is this experiential economy, and this kind of a economy is something that really helps to capitalize on the niche character and strength of the mountains, so that the economies of scope as opposed to scale means, so it can be ascertained. And in this regard, the ideas such as authentic experience, immersive traveling to exotic and local experiences are becoming very important. And this is something, I think, is something that we need to focus upon when we think about the future of mountain tourism in times of different risks as well as the post-pandemic world. So coming back to this, this whole fundamental question. So we are operating in a very complex risk landscape. Now, how can we build our economies, or the tourism economy, that becomes resilient, and also it ensures a future that is very sustainable? And this is being quite experienced or realized that so far the whole notion of growth that is very much dependent on economy may not be or should not be now the lens or the thinking while we are now looking at the futures from mountain tourism. So, and it does require to really relook at and really or reimagine the types of tourism, especially in the mountain, that we want to promote, the approach that we want to develop, and also some of the methods and practices which has been ongoing. Maybe we need to readjust and reappropriate so that the pathways for a future that which we want to see as a resilient mountain tourism can be rebuilt in a more sustainable way. So with this background, the idea of securing sustainable mountain tourism really has to be looked from the prospects of promoting a low carbon and well-being focused mountain tourism. So there is this whole idea of government and industry people bringing in some schemes and in the financial opportunities to revive as well as to rebuild the tourism. But when we say rebuilding the tourism, it has to be built back for a better reasons. And within this idea, the small enterprises become very crucial actors or an entry point. Precisely, we are saying the idea of sustainable mountain tourism future is also about inclusivity. Means the MSMEs are the most important entry points, because this is the sector that is creating local economy, workforce, especially the women. So if we want to transition to a better world, to a much more better tourism from an inclusive point of view, MSMEs can be an important factor or actors that would help us to transition to that world. So if we realize that MSMEs should be the entry points, then how can they contribute to build back better tourism? And again, taking a step back is that the future which is going to be better is not only or should not only be looking at the bouncing back, but bouncing forward, in the sense that the whole development approach and as well as partnership has to be really looked how much of this intervention is being contributing to support the environment, to the society, and then the economy. So it needs to be connected with the well-being of the businesses with that of the environment, society, and economy. And just to give an example here, we are proposing this idea of responsible recovery as a a way forward in a way to build a better tourism in our landscape. This primarily talks about the enterprises which are now in the process of recovering has to really ensure that the investment, the development practice has to really support green, equitable, and value-based tourism. So far we have been, growth in the terms of number of tourists, GDP, income is important, but beyond that, other aspects of the tourism sustainability, primarily its contribution to men and women, marginalized community, poorer communities, and most importantly, the aspects of tourism really contributing to bringing in nature-based solutions. And that's why probably in the future, where tourism can be taken as something, a drivers for growth, means the business case for enterprises has to be looked from a sustainability lens, the lens that promotes green destination products and services, that has a potential to create green jobs, is equitable. But again, another dimensions of the discourse here is tourism is one aspect, and earlier our office head from Pakistan has already alluded the fact that finances and important aspects of promoting tourism, and definitely the other side of the story when we are looking for sustainable mountain tourism future is about also financing, and that's why investing in resilient tourism, especially those promoting renewable energy efficient solutions, are very important. And obviously it being a cost-cutting issue, there is a cooperation should happen at scales. This is just to give an understanding of how our partner countries are faring in terms of responding to COVID-19 impacts. And if you look at it, the need, the importance and the need to reach out to especially businesses and job holders who lost job during the pandemic area has been very much taken with urgencies. There are different economic measures has been put in Bhutan, like the Gyalpo Relief Kidu, and also one of the most important initiatives is that fast-tracking the implementation of the 12-5-year plan, something that is very much commendable. And if you look at countries like Nepal, where there is a rehabilitation fund, but also establishment of tourism recovery task force. Similar thing can also be seen in Pakistan. What does this tell is that, in the space of tourism recovery, now I'm not saying responsible recovery, just tourism recovery, the focus of the partner countries at the moment is very much geared towards protecting the job, building the capacity, rescuing or facilitating the business survival and revival, because they are still in this mode of really, bringing business back to life. It's a long way for us to really, or for the industry or government to think from a longer term perspective. And also one of the fact, because there is a disruptions that has happened, travel mobility is completely stopped because of the viruses and stuff like that. The building confidence of the businesses and also travelers is something that seems to be the immediate recovery measures that partner countries are doing. Now, with this background, we want to understand now, where does mountain tourism sit in the context of financing? So the figure that I showed, the idea of really building back better needs to be really much looked from the perspective of responsible recovery. And we did touch upon this idea of having that green, inclusive, and resilient recovery is something that needs to be taken as the mantra. If we from here onwards to to go in the directions of sustainable mountain tourism and from the financial perspective. So that means access to finance for the MSMEs really needs to look from a perspective of supporting this green destination products and services, but also the businesses not only focusing on the economic return, but that the business that generates a total value, especially those at the environmental as well as the social fronts. This again helps us or reminds us to again the idea of financing or business plan for any MSMEs to secure investment may not or should not only be limited look from a single or an established framework of return on investment from the economy, but more broader framework. Now, what we are doing at ICIMOD, and this is just one of the case representative to share here. At ICIMOD, the work we do at in areas of innovation, entrepreneurship, and investment is one of the promising foundations, particularly that will help to promote as well as implement this whole idea of the green, inclusive, and resilient tourism. So this the work that we do in this space is really helping to finance sustainable mountain tourism. These examples include we have been able to develop bankable business models and green aggregator for the fact that we want to empower them so that they could secure financing so by leveraging with different financial institutions, green standards to incentivize production and consumption of goods and services so that it really enhances the viability of and increase investment. Just to counter validate this idea of increasing investment, we have done a market study in relation to understand the willingness of travelers to buy green goods and services if it's an offer, and there is a maximum, the largest percentage of the travelers who wanted to go in our or travel in our region has or have expressed a stronger willingness to support in acquiring this kind of an experiences. So it does increase investment opportunities. I've already mentioned that return on investment has to very much look from a broader framework and also the principle of how do we leverage financing. Last but not the least, and this was also very much a kind of an idea or points was discussed earlier also, one of the crucial aspects of moving us or moving the or transitioning the MSMEs into the field of sustainable or be able to secure financing is very much lies on the capacity building aspects. And we have established a Tourovation Hub, and this we are piloting with this whole idea of bringing innovation in Nepal's tourism sector through the support of the renewable energy and energy efficient solutions. But besides that, the capacity building aspects for different players of the ecosystem, like the entrepreneurs themselves, coming from RE, tourism, or from different sectors are also critical elements in our process of developing the capacity. And the idea is that empowering these future entrepreneurs in their ability to build a plan so that investment and development could be taking place successfully. So this is my last slide. So while reflecting the whole idea of financing sustainable mountain tourism in the space when we want to move towards a innovative financial solution, then three important points should be noted. The one is the whole idea of looking into wider mountain tourism, especially when products and services is concerned, has to be very much holistic. It has to be integrative and transformative in the sense the whole model needs to be re-looked at, repositioned, and recalibrated. So extending from the traditional approaches of mountain tourism development. Second point is the responsible recovery to build back better should be built upon two primary ideas. One is it has to support green, inclusive, and resilient tourism, and also it should lead towards innovative financial solutions. And the learning that we would like to also share that there are innovative spaces being created, particularly because there is a need of enterprise development, need for innovating the concept and model and business itself, but also at an interface of investment. So this work that we have carried out helps us also to really better understand how do we move forward in post-pandemic era when we want to build back better tourism. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Lama. We are delighted now to have with us Mr. Malik Mirza and Mr. Amjad Ali from Pakistan, who jointly conducted a research with partners from Karakoram International University, Pakistan, and WWF Pakistan. Mr. Mirza and Mr. Ali will present on tourism and financing needs, stakeholder reflections from Gilgit, Baltistan. May I please welcome Mr. Mirza and Mr. Ali to share the research findings. Mr. Mirza, over to you.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thank you for allowing us to share the findings of research. I would request Dr. Amjad, Professor of Karakoram University, to start the presentation.
Meanwhile, the chat box here is very busy and very interesting comments and questions to some of our speakers already. And Dr. Lama, I think some of the questions are there for you as well. Please feel free to put in more questions as we have the slide on from Mr. Mirza.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Tourism Minister, Government of Gilgit Baltistan, Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Honorable Director General ICIMOD, Pema, Honorable Shaukat Zaman, a representative from State Bank of Pakistan, distinguished panelists, and dear guest, a very good morning and Assalamu alaikum. I am Amjad Ali. I am associated with Karakoram International University, Gilgit Baltistan, and I and my research colleague Mirza Malik are going to present the findings from our studies on tourism and financing needs in the case of Gilgit Baltistan, which were jointly conducted over the past few years in collaboration with the WWF and ICIMOD. Our presentation has two parts. In the first part, I will present some recent dynamics of tourism, whereas in second part, Malik Mirza will present key findings from our recent study on risk assessment and financial needs of hospitality sector in Gilgit Baltistan. The unmatched beauty of Gilgit Baltistan makes tourism inevitable. Gilgit Baltistan is a mountainous region located at the northern part of Pakistan, bordering with China. The region offers unique tourism and recreational activities because of its unique landscape, rich biodiversity and wildlife, and diverse culture and tradition. GB is a home to nexus of the world famous mountain ranges, the Himalayas, the Karakoram, and the Hindu Kush. And in terms of the wildlife and biodiversity, we have 4 national parks, 9 game reserves, 3 wildlife sanctuaries, and many more. Actually, these are some of the major attractions that makes tourism inevitable in the regions. In terms of cultural diversity, we have 5 major languages with 36 dialects, and we have 7 Asian Pacific Heritage Conservation, UNESCO and British Airwaves award-winning historical sites, and we have many polo-grounds and archaeological sites, which are the major attraction for tourism in the region. Next slide, please. Next slide, sir, please. Next slide, sir. Thank you. In terms of the flow of tourists in Gilgit Baltistan, which is increasing over the time exponentially, except in the COVID-19 days, and especially the 2 seasons, which are spring and summer season, tourism inflow is increasing at exponential rate. And during this season, the occupancy rate of hotel rooms reached to 100%. And in off season, which is autumn and spring, which normally the occupancy rate of hotel rooms normally remain 25% to 30%. As per assessment done in 2017, the per night accommodation of hotels in Gilgit Baltistan is 9,668. Although in the recent time, these occupancy rate might have increased significantly. This assessment was done in 2017. We had conducted one of our study on the economic contribution of tourism. In economic contribution of tourism in the case of Hunza while using tourism satellite accounts. And one interesting finding we found is that we had asked the both domestic and international tourists about their planned expenditure and their actual expenditure in the case of Hunza Valley. And the average plan and actual expenditure revealed that in case of domestic tourists, 97,302 park rupees are the planned expenditure of a domestic tourist, whereas the actual expenditures are 91,663. This indicates that the actual expenditures are less than the planned expenditure, and the per tourist and the difference of per tourist is the 5,668. And similar cases with the international tourist, where the planned expenditure we found is 1,121 rupees, where is the actual expenditure international tourist done in Hunza is 87,424. And the difference is basically the difference per tourist is 18,696. This analysis indicate that tourist willingness to pay exist in the region, but they couldn't capitalize their total budget in the case of Hunza. So there is need to identify the tourist spending pattern and tourist in order to identify the goods and services that tourists are actually want to spend their budget on there. So this is something very interesting and very new to to understand and to plan accordingly and to develop goods and services according to the need and desire and spending of the tourist in the region. These slides basically shows the growth rate of enterprise and investment in hotel in the case of Hunza and Hunza region. And we have found that the number of enterprises is growing exponentially, and we took the data from 10-year back, 5-year back in 2019. This study was basically conducted in 2019, and we had also we had also got the data from the hotel industry and asked them to tell us about the amount of investment they are actually making on the hotel sector. And these figures actually shows that both the number of enterprises and the average investment on hotels are increasing exponential rate. Although there is a concern that whether these investment are sustainable or not sustainable, or whether these investment are environmental friendly or not. This is another issue, and we have also asked in some of our question to reveal what is their planning and how they actually made this investment, whether they have any risk assessment or any sort of scientific study that they have done, and then they do their investment. We will talk later this in our presentation. We also found that although the tourism development in the region is actually increasing income, employment, and pricing activity in the region. On the other hand, one of the obvious change we found is that the tourism is actually changing the land use pattern in the region significantly. A land use change is actually one of the obvious consequences of the high tourist arrival in the region. One of our study conducted in Hunza, Nagar, and Ghazar Valley found that the conversion of actually cultivated and uncultivated land into commercial purposes is very high, especially over the last 5 years, and thus the household holding of cultivated and uncultivated land tend to diminish with the passage of time, and it indicated as indicated in the figures. Such conversion of land lead to reduction in agriculture, timber production, deforestation, increase in deforestation, and degradation in landscape, and loss in biodiversity. However, at present, there is no any existing plan in practice that can take care of these consequences of tourism and land use change. Our study reveals that the build-up area is emerging phenomena, which is without proper planning, without sustainability, indicators, and without a resilient solution to the future needs of the ecosystem service in the region. Another issue that we found from our study is that the climate change, like a local ownership of land, legal and regulatory considerations are very important, to consider the land use change. Implications of such, unplanned land use are to hit harder in future, and there is thus a critical link of forest, water, air, and other regulatory provisioning agricultural ecosystem services with agriculture, livestock, and well-being of the people. And our study thus recommends that the effective and sustainable land use of planning with the focus on legislation, policy making, and healthy use of ecosystem services. Next, please. So my colleague Malik Mirza will, present the risk assessment study in the case of Hamza. Malik, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amjad, for sharing your findings in the first part of the research. A detailed research was conducted in Hunza, which is part of Gilgit-Baltistan area, in which the idea was to understand the risk assessment and the risk management practices. And for that, we just wanted to understand the key challenges from the ground, risk management practices in hospitality industry, and to assess about the demands of MSMEs from financing institutions. So we engaged around 49 hotels, 6 tourist operators, 6 transport businesses, 12 retail shops, and 6 financing institutions in the period of October to November for the purpose of this study. And this is the area where you can see where the study was conducted, which is bordering China, part of Gilgit-Baltistan. And the area was obviously mountainous, tourism prone. Major source of income of people is tourism. So our results tell us that there are financial services and products available in the mountain areas, thanks to the enabling environment and the policy regime of the State Bank of Pakistan and all the financial institutions which are working there. They are offering personal loans, they are offering running finance facility, loan against salaries, housing loans, microfinance loans, women enterprise development loans, pension loans, livestock, agriculture, and educational loans. And our study showed very interesting things which I would like to share here. First, the level of financial inclusion is fairly high. During our survey, we found that around 80% of the respondents had bank accounts. Only 10% don't have bank accounts, and another 10% were having bank accounts with the cooperative societies. In that area, we found that the cooperative societies are working by and large at scale, and people have opened accounts with them for transactions. So the level of financial inclusion is high. We found that around 69% of the respondents said that they need loans, and 88% of the respondents were of the view that with the passage of time, competition is going to increase. We found that they were very, very positive about future. Post-COVID, their views were that tourism is going to bounce back, and they said that with the help of financing institutions, they would really like to expand their businesses. So they say that now we come to the risk assessment and the challenges which they are facing. Around 68% said that due to the procedure or the collateral requirements of the bank, obtaining loan is difficult. 33% said that yes, obtaining loan is easy. We also found that almost majority of them had personal insurances, but there was no product for business insurance. Like when we asked that are you insured, so 86% told that yes, we have obtained personal insurances. This is very interesting and shows very high level of financial inclusion. At the same time, their key demand was that the bank should consider about providing us with business enterprise insurance products so that we can insure our stocks. We can see how can we use insurance to take care of loss of income or something like that. So this is a serious food for thought here, that the personal insurance is in existence and there is a need for business insurance. So what are some of the opportunities and challenges which we found during our study? So the key opportunity, that this is based from the stakeholders perspective, is that tourism is expected to increase. People were quite optimistic about the areas of food consumption, local cuisines, culture, education. They were of the view that the internet speed and online system is going to help them in ensuring that the hotel bookings can be made through internet, mobile applications, and due to this ease of booking, they were hopeful that their business is going to increase. They were of the view that they need to have some innovative and value added services in their goods and services which they are providing to the families, domestic and international travelers, so that they can capitalize on the opportunity to increase their revenues. The key challenges which we found include lack of electricity and water, particularly in seasonal months, high cost due to use of generators, because for electricity they are using generators, consuming fuel. Seasonal business, as Dr. Amjad mentioned about the months, there are peak months and off-peak months. So the winters are still posing a challenge how to utilize tourism activities in winter. There are a lot of talks about winter sports, which is another area of opportunity. The issue of parking space in mountainous hotels is a challenge. Another challenge was lack of professionally trained staff in hospitality sector. The risk management practices are not that sophisticated and systematic by the owners of different businesses in tourism. Climate conditions are considered harsh, particularly in winters, and the lack of financial management experience, particularly record keeping, technical services, and use of technology. So we see all these challenges as areas of improvement or opportunities which can be addressed through different interventions to make sure that these challenges are used for business growth and for the enhancement of businesses. And then if I come towards conclusion side, the financing from financial institution, what are the key demands or key needs? Hotels were of the view, businesses were of the view that if they can be provided with flexible loan, particularly with the repayment allowance for peak and off-peak season. The challenge which they mentioned is that in term loans or in other loans, generally the pattern of repayment is uniform across the loan period. However, the business pattern, the cash flow pattern is peak and off-peak season. So they were of the view that if banks and the financial institutions can consider a cash flow based product for them, they would be very happy to use and repay that and grow their businesses. So this is one of the key, I would say, needs from MSMEs from the ground, to provide a product with cash flow based repayments in peak and off peak season. Secondly, they were of the view that the startup loan facilities are not available if you want to go into another line of business or start another business. So startup loans are not really available or available in that area. Business expansion loan facility, as I mentioned, the key demand comes that it should be cash flow based, and one of the main things which came out was that the loan facilities are not sector specific. Like all the sectors, be it hospitality, be it food, be it any factory, agriculture, so there is like one product for all. So their request was that if possible, and financial institution can consider that, if sector specific products are provided with less documentation and fast approval processes, that would be really helpful. What were the key risk management challenges? We found that the owners of the businesses, the stakeholders were very clear that they need capacity building and training in the areas of financial management. They were of the view that they need to understand about the climate change and the environmental shock and how can they respond with appropriate solution. So there is a clear need to provide awareness about solutions related to the environmental changes. Competition they are expecting to increase, and they were of the view that we need to understand how to address this challenge of increasing competition. They do maintain some savings in case of emergency risk management, and they were of the view that we need to understand and learn more about cost reduction strategies and use of technology. We had a detailed focus group discussions from the stakeholders, and they were of the view that keeping in view seasonality, the product design should be modified. They said that some more research should be conducted on business solution, and we should be trained about how can we add value to the tourists who are coming. Major feedback which came was that the level of delinquency is less because at that time, right now, most of the loans are backed by collaterals. So when the collateral based lending is done, they know that if they are not going to repay, the collateral will be possessed. So the level of delinquency is less. They said that the financial awareness about risk assessment is required. And last but not least, they mentioned that in case of natural disaster or some problem, the insurance product for the business are not available. As we have seen that there are some products globally available. So this area provides a whole opportunity for financing institution to see. So to conclude, what is the way forward and few of our recommendations? So we actually came up with 3 recommendations. Number 1, we consider that there is a need for business insurance and specialized products to cover the natural disasters and problems which are arising due to losses for businesses. Second, there is a need for customized sector-based cash flow lending products. And the last but not least, there is a clear need for increasing financial literacy and awareness among entrepreneurs for business growth, and linking the financial literacy with the financial services of the bank. So this is about the study which we conducted. Thank you very much to all participants and the organizers for your time and providing us the opportunity to conduct this study and present the results. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mirza and Mr. Ali, for highlighting the very stimulating research findings. So welcome all to session 1, sharing regional experiences, tourism and financial perspectives. To begin this session, I would like to invite the chair of the session, Mr. Basanta Shrestha, Director Strategic Cooperation, ICIMOD, to kindly present on regional cooperation and private sector partnerships, and to kindly take the virtual floor. Over to you, Mr. Shrestha.
Thank you very much, Naina. Distinguished participants. Very welcome to this session 1. We have a very, very interesting panel and the speakers in this session. Without much ado, I think there are 2 tracks here in terms of a regional sharing of experiences, and also ICIMOD is very, very pleased with this webinar in the context that ICIMOD, one of the key mandate of ICIMOD is to provide a regional platform and knowledge sharing, sharing of best practices, learn from each other, and promote kind of a regional cooperation. And I think in the context of COVID-19, and also while we are talking about green recovery and bouncing forward, I think tourism plays a very, very important sector. But nonetheless, I think this is also one of the hardest hit sector from all account, and we are hoping that with the ease of, with the penetration of this COVID kind of COVID, this thing, what you call is in terms of injection, I think we would be back in the form in terms of bouncing forward. As you know, I think mountains are synonymous to tourism in terms of beauty, in terms of its culture, heritage, adventure, and not to mention the spiritual quest in all our member countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. As you also have heard, tourism holds an important prospects for livelihoods and also lives of mountain communities. But also let me also, looking at some of the tourism sector in Nepal right after the first COVID, before the second kind of a wave, the kind of a growth that we have seen in internal tourism in Nepal, I think that also provides some ray of hope. Second, in terms of, the tourism prospect beyond the conventional norm of a conventional tourism, I think the kind of a regional tourism, that provides a prospect in the South Asian countries, and many of the colleagues in the previous session have highlighted that aspect, and also from China, India, Pakistan, and number of other South Asian countries where we see a immense kind of opportunity from the regional tourism point of view. But at the same time, ONU has presented green, resilient, and also inclusive kind of a tourism as we look at the future and also bouncing forward. So what sort of a investment and what sort of a financial products and services would be needed from, to boost this sector? So I think we have a very interesting kind of a line of speakers in terms of regional tourism knowledge exchange from Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan. And also we have a second set of speakers, especially looking into financial solutions and also the perspective from the bank. So without further ado, let's go into a first round of speakers in terms of regional tourism knowledge exchange. I have the pleasure to invite Daso Dorji Dodul, Director General Tourism Council of Bhutan. Over to you. My also request is, in the interest of time, perhaps we could also use the chat box, in terms of our interaction, and also, in terms of answering some of the questions from the chat box to be efficient in terms of time. So over to you, Daso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chestra. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity first in sharing my presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Basanta, Mr. Chestra. A very good morning to His Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister, Gilgit, Baltistan, His Excellency Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, Director General ICIMOD, Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head, State Bank of Pakistan, my fellow presenters, and ladies and gentlemen, very warm greetings and Kudu Zampola to all. At the very beginning, I'd like to take this opportunity in giving a big thank you to ICIMOD and State Bank of Pakistan in bringing this event on mountain tourism, which is highly relevant and timely for us. So I will be basically covering in my presentation Bhutan's experience on policy and practices on sustainable tourism, and a little bit less on the financial aspect, because I think this is being adequately covered by other presenter, and also from Bhutan. I think we have someone, Mr. Presenting from Bank of Bhutan. So this is a slide basically summarizing the nationhood of our kingdom. When we talk about our country, we are talking about this three precious gem. We call this, as in our language, Sawasum. It comprises of a country represented here by the national flag, the children representing our citizen, and of course the crown representing our monarchs, our kings. So these are the three elements that actually constitutes our nationhood when we talk about our nation here. And of this, I think the most important is our monarchs, our leadership, because in Bhutan, anything that is significant so far and anything that has happened in our country good, not only for the country, even globally also, many things have actually emanated from our golden throne. For instance, just to highlight, for instance, the development philosophy of gross national happiness, which is gaining a global popularity, and also we talked about the national, our environment policy. So basically, this is something, this slide basically pays our respect and tribute, homage to our monarchs. Now coming very specifically to our presentation, my presentation, on the sustainable tourism. First, I'll be talking on the policies. Somehow, as you will also understand later on, our policy environment is somehow so conducive since the very start of our so-called modern development has been underlining the sustainable development policy. So, for instance, we have a development philosophy for gross national happiness, and we have here, of course, this is basically a development paradigm, alternate development paradigm, which basically says development is not just for material objectives, development is also for beyond material development. So, for instance, we're talking about the spiritual, the wellness, the well-being, the happiness. So, this is the core principle of gross national happiness, and within that also we have 4 more main pillars, and one of the four pillars is the pillar on the sustainable development of environment and natural resources. Then secondly, when you talk about sustainability and policy, our constitution mandates that in Bhutan, for all times to come, 60% has to be under forest cover. So as of today, we have around 72%. And also because of this policy today, we are supposed to be the only carbon negative country. And also we have pledged to a carbon neutrality for all times to come. Again, a very small policy as such, but then again, this contributes to our sustainable development objectives. For instance, restricted mountaineering, above 6,000 meters not allowed since last 3 decades, I think. So therefore, today we have the highest unclimbed mountain in the world called Gangkar Pinsum, 7,570 meters. And of course, we are also pursuing the organic farming. The national vision as of today is to make the whole country our agriculture farming as organic. Of course, this is very ambitious, but it's something that we are again pursuing. So then finally it comes to our very specifically the tourism policy, which is high value, low volume tourism. Basically, if I have to say this in one sentence, this tourism policy is basically underlining the sustainable tourism development, and which I will be explaining a little bit more in the following slide. Now, this slide basically says, I have a quote from His Majesty the King, which says, our leadership resisted the temptations to harness the quick fortunes from mass tourism and instead was present to formulate a visionary policy of high value, low volume. Now, this was our policy of tourism, policy of high value, low volume was envisioned by His Majesty the 4th King of our country in the early 70s when the tourism started. And we still wonder that how, I mean, at that point in time in early 1970s, when tourism was globally also just picking up, there was we see no reason for us to be so cautious about the mass tourism or the over tourism. But then our kings, as I said earlier, were so visionary, so prescient that they saw the future. So therefore, while against the pressure or the advices of his peer and other technical advisors to open up our Bhutan for a kind of open tourism policy, but His Majesty the 4th King said, no, I think for Bhutan, the future is, even on tourism, is a high value, low volume. So basically, such is the gift or the leadership that we have here. And our tourism policy, by the way, while we have been for last 50 years, have been guided by this policy of high value, low volume, but just as information, we really didn't have a written comprehensive policy as such. Now, very lately, we have adopted a tourism policy of a country, and this policy vision, this is the policy vision, a green, sustainable, inclusive, and high-value tourism destination. Now, just to explain a little bit on this high-value, low-volume tourism, what we actually mean by this, basically is covering 3 major headings here. Number 1 is the sustainable. When you talk about sustainable, you're talking about social, the environment, the economic. So here, when you talk specifically in tourism, we're talking about our tourism has to be mindful, has to be responsible, and to achieve this, it has to be guided, and then, of course, it has to avoid the so-called mass tourism or over tourism. Of course, Bhutan has not really experienced as such, but pre-COVID, we were just about to experience this, the so-called mass tourism. Of course, now we have the COVID has given us this good time out to relook and revisit our strategies and all. The second component is the non-material component of this high value, low volume. It's basically we are talking about giving exclusive and immersive experiences to the tourists, and also we are talking about the wellness and well-being of the tourists and of course of our own citizens as a host. And then of course we are talking about the spiritualism and of course not forgetting the economic part. But the difference here is our tourism policy, the objective goes beyond economic. It says since it is very much founded on our development philosophy of gross national happiness, which actually also says our development objective is not just the revenues or the economic development, it is beyond that. So therefore, even in tourism, this high value, low volume tourism actually intentionally pursues objective that is beyond revenue and receipt. So therefore, we are talking about here a business model which is less is more, quality over quantity. So these are some of the highlights of our tourism policy. And then the next few slides, I'll be talking about the practices. Now, in terms of practices, when we talk about high value, low volume, sustainable tourism, what are we actually doing on the ground? Now, these 2 points are very specific that actually support the sustainable tourism. Now, first is the minimum daily package rate. Maybe we are the only tourism destination in the world that actually requires a tourist to arrange their tour in advance. Actually, it has to be pre-arranged with the Bhutanese local tour operator here. And not only that, they have to pay the tour cost in advance. But most of the time, people get a little bit miscommunicated when you talk about prepaid, because as of today, it is 250 USD, depending upon the season. The low season is supposed to be 200, but that is not just for visa fee. Of course, this also, in fact, visa fees are separate, and actually that includes the expenses for your 3-star, minimum of 3-star accommodation, the meals, the local transport with a dedicated driver, chauffeur, and of course a full-time certified guide. So that prepaid cost actually includes all these services. And then most importantly, within that package prepaid cost, we also have a very important element here called sustainable development fee. So again, maybe we are the only country that actually levies so-called a sustainable development fee to a tourist. So it is included in the pre-packaged tour, but this is as of today, the present rate, it is 65 USD. 65 USD for a tourist per day per tourist. And now we have also started to levy this to our other regional countries, because till pre-COVID, the 3 countries in the region, especially Nepal, India, Bangladesh, and Maldives, they used to be exempt from any such fees. But now we are actually starting to levy to start with a concessional sustainable development fee, which is coming to around 16 USD per person per day. But the vision is, in due course of time, Bhutan will have just one tourism policy. That means regardless of their nationalities, the same regime, tariff regime, will apply to everyone. So these are the 2 very specific practices that actually contributes to sustainable tourism in our country. And of course, these are some very other practices that contributes to our sustainable tourism. For instance, as I said earlier, the organic farming, the tax-free for electric cars, we have started to do this. Of course, the ban on single-use plastic, which is very challenging, but still then I think we have a policy that has been in place, in green tax on automobile using fossil fuels, free electricity in rural communities, green CSO, part of our decision-making in our tourism. Tourism here is being governed by a council, and in the council we have one of the members from a CSO that is that focuses on the green sector. Then of course our campsites, again, is no free camping here. It is all designated campsites, mainly for the management, the sustainability of our resources here. Of course, all our tour operators are certified, accommodations are certified, the guys are certified, and then of course until pre-COVID we used to have this so-called surcharge for individual travel. Now again, this and the next one, discount for the group for more than 16. Now these 2 particular strategies are actually in support of a sustainable tourism, because we pre-COVID, if tourists travel individually, one or two, then they have to pay extra surcharge because this would have a bigger carbon footprint. So, for instance, if they're in a group, then a big bus would be able to accommodate maybe a 16 or, but if he's the individual, still you need to provide a car. So, I mean, just to explain. So, therefore, but post-COVID, maybe now we need to relook at this because now post-COVID, as we all know, that people are not really now keen in traveling in groups. They would rather prefer to travel in individually or in small groups, mainly because of the health and safeties. Okay, so now coming to the what I'm trying to get at is now pre-COVID also there was already a concern on the mass tourism, over tourism, the impact that it has on the not only on the environment and the sustainable development, but also on the community, also on the carrying capacity of tourism sites and all. But most importantly, to the erosion of the culture of the destination or the community. So therefore, that was a big concern. And as I said earlier, also even in Bhutan, we started to get experience that. But of course, fortunately, we are diagnosed this issue right in time, and we will be able to stop this. Now, post-COVID, I think the things are totally going to be different. As you can see, these are some of the voices that is coming from the world. Even Kathmandu Post, actually, as early as in 2019, they said that need to promote high-end tourism and learn from Bhutan. So very recently, on May 25, the Guardian reports that the tourism minister in New Zealand says smaller number of high-value visitors to ease environmental and social burden. Similarly, in Thailand also they're saying the same thing. The country had enough of mass tourism. Al-Jazeera also says the same thing. So basically, the world is saying now we really need to relook at the tourism policy and practice that we have been doing it so far. And the COVID situation has even further reinforced this concern or the priority. Now, as the earlier speakers have also been saying this, now the going forward is basically now, and also the subject of this webinar is basically how do we go forward in ensuring that the tourism post-COVID will be green, inclusive, resilient tourism economy. So basically, I think if I join the earlier speaker, we are basically talking about here rethinking policy and practice besides the financial solutions that has been also elaborated. So now, practically, in terms of policy, we have been advocating, we have been expressing our voice that can Bhutan's high-value, low-volume tourism of the last half century can be that of a new model, because the whole world is looking for a new model now in tourism. Because this particular proposition, I'm not making it. We are not making it. In fact, some of the destinations are saying this. In fact, some of the tourists who have been to Bhutan are saying this. Maybe Bhutan's policy or practice of high-value, low-volume tourism that has been there for the last 50 years. Maybe this is the new model that the world is looking for. So I'm also trying to advocate this. Maybe because after analyzing all our policy elements of the high-value, low-volume, I also am fully convinced that maybe this could be the new model that the world should be adopting if you have to pursue this objective of green, inclusive, and resilient tourism economies that this webinar is also discussing. Now, we also need to relook at the practices. Now, practices we are talking about the products itself. Now, more and more, I think because of the COVID-19 pandemic, also the wellness and well-being globally, also it is even pre-COVID, it has started to take the front seat. And now, of course, with the COVID, this is very much has been reinforced. So therefore, even in Bhutan and elsewhere also, I think this is something that we need to relook at the products that we are offering. Maybe it has to be now more towards the wellness and well-being, spiritualism, and also the happiness, the community tourism, agro-tourism, and rural tourism. In terms of practice, we are talking about the green hotel management system, the smart mobility in tourism, and digitization of tourism services. Now, very quickly on the last 2 or 3 slides on the financial, because here actually just to make a disclaimer, I really don't have much to say here. I think some of the points that I have in my 2 slides have been already covered by my earlier speakers here. Nothing new as such, but overall, we're seeing is that in Bhutan so far, the financial schemes have been successful. But of course, having said this, again, with this coming in of COVID, we have found out that again tourism sector is one of the largest sector that has these non-performing loans, which is a big concern to us. Now, overall, we seem to have a better and lower interest for tourism-related business by our banks, and then also we have recently, I think it is during the COVID time, that we have also established National Cottage and Small Industry Development Bank, which provides lower interest rates to cottage and small industries, and which also includes the tourism sector. Then, of course, we are also, this is also quite recent. I think this is some of the response to the COVID situation here. We have again established and started to operate so-called the National Credit Guarantee Scheme, whereby the government actually covers the collateral guarantee up to 50% for large and medium and 70% for large and small and cottage. But these are not specific to tourism, but tourism is very much included in this. Then, of course, we are also trying to improve on this, the digital and the online payment payment platforms, including the international payment. So this is the current situation. And then some recommendation, as I said earlier, I think not anything new. I think my earlier presenters have already covered this. For instance, one that I like to touch upon is the new financing mechanism. Here we are proposing maybe a green financing schemes for a special, sustainable and inclusive growth, regional financing mechanism to promote regional growth. Maybe ICIMOD can also take a lead on this. When you talk about the regional tourism, I think earlier during the opening address, I think the Excellency, the Director General of ICIMOD has also highlighted the possibility of having a regional tourism product, like for instance, the Buddhism based in the Guru Padma Sambhava. So these are some of, even in terms of product, not only the financing, something that we really see a huge opportunity here. So I think in the interest of time, I think I will not go into details. These are more or less already covered in the earlier presentation. This slides just basically give some kind of information as to some of the global recognition we received, especially in terms of our green friendly tourism. For instance, in very recently in this year, the Nasir travelers have listed Bhutan as one of the 10 sustainable destinations to visit in 2021. And we have also received Green Destination Gold Award in 2019. Then Best Country, Green Country in 2021 by Travel Magazine India, Travel and Leisure in India. And then, of course, we have some Green Gold Awards. Finally, this is just a bonus for all the viewers here. Bhutan, we have been since last 2 to 3 years, we have been also preparing to launch this snowman race, which is again, we're doing this race for the climate change. And this is, we have captioned this as the ultimate race for climate action. And this is envisioned and blessed by His Majesty the King. Ultimate race for climate change to bring the world's attention to climate change and its impact. And of course, this race, we aspire it to be the world's toughest ultra-rain. And as of today, we have not given up. We are still thinking that this could be staged this year in October. And actually, this was supposed to be staged October last year. But because of the COVID, we all know, but we are hoping. But why I'm sharing this is, again, this is not something that, this is not a tourism product as such, but this is a national event that is being put in place by the nation, and mainly to highlight the point that Bhutan is always serious when it comes to the sustainable tourism and the environment. So thank you very much. I think I've come to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daso, for this very excellent account of presentation from Bhutan, and also perhaps from the mountain tourism perspective, the unique brand from many different perspectives, whether from environmental account, whether from the sustainability account, whether from green destination, and also from the point of view of low volume kind of that kind of a tourism, and the kind of a perspective that you have shared in terms of policy and practice is very, very relevant to other member countries of ICIMOD. So I think without further ado, let me move to Nepal. Dr. Padmachi Rana, Deputy Director, Programs, Nepal Committee. Over to you, Dr. Rana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrestha. A massive thank you to ICIMOD and the State Bank of Pakistan for organizing this much needed webinar. It is very encouraging and inspiring for people in our sector to hear from the esteemed speakers about the tourism industry across the region. Delighted to be here representing the work being implemented through the Tourovation Hub at the enterprise level these past months. I'll begin with an introduction to our organization, Nepal Community, followed by an overview of the Tourovation Hub, and wrap up by sharing our highlights and learnings. The Nepal Community is an innovation-led community hub that was established in December 2015. It provides a space for entrepreneurs, innovators, artists, activists, change makers, and problem solvers to try and test new ideas, take risks while learning and unlearning. More specifically, we support entrepreneurs to build businesses that create jobs, develop viable solutions, and generate revenue through our flagship incubation program, iCube, and the Tourovation Hub. Our goal is to really embrace innovation across products, services, processes, business models, and systems with a vision to prove that Nepal is a land of opportunities. So we really look forward to welcoming you all to our space in the near future. The hub, the Tourovation Hub, is part of our flagship incubation program. We're very excited about the work we are doing. Tourovation means the intersection of tourism and innovation. The goal of the hub is to support MSMEs in the tourism sector to adopt and integrate renewable energy solutions towards the design and development of sustainable business models that deliver climate resilience. We currently have 8 tourism enterprises coming from diverse sectors within the tourism industries such as organic farm stays, resorts, lodges, cooperative, green commerce, and research centers spread across 3 different provinces, Bagmati, Gandaki, and Karnali, operating from an altitude that ranges from 415 meters to 5,000 meters above sea level. So we do have a very exhilarating set of enterprises working with us. Conceptually, the hub is based on the premise of a resilient enterprise. And what do we mean by a resilient enterprise? Is that one that has the ability to absorb, adapt, and transform its value proposition in response to climate shocks, amongst others. This is represented through the value proposition, strategic orientation, and entrepreneurial ecosystem, which together provide the basis for the development of these resilient enterprises. Implementation of the conceptual approach is being carried out in 3 key phases: the ideation, incubation, and access to finance. Prior to these phases starting off last year, we did do an inception study speaking to various stakeholders across renewable energy, finance, and tourism sector, trying to understand the challenges and the opportunities available for tourism enterprises. We began with an ideation phase using a design thinking tool. After that, 8 of the enterprises came on board and it's been 7 months of the incubation running. We're almost at the end of it. It generally begins with monthly master classes, bi-monthly business coachings, financial management sessions, which really are aligned together and focus on the needs of these enterprises. Likewise, we've been very fortunate that the enterprises were provided, thanks to ICIMOD, with seed funding of 2 lakhs each, and it has created some really much needed support to some of these enterprises. And finally, we are heading into the access to finance phase, which will then be followed by bi-monthly post-investment coaching. Now, the entire program, probably the better side of the pandemic is that the whole program has been run virtually, and because of that, we have been able to have participation from Langtang, from Mardi, and Dolpa. So that's been very enriching. None of this would have been possible without the support and the collaboration of our hub partners, ICIMOD, the REACH Initiative, and Selco Foundation, who have been our knowledge and technical partners throughout. Likewise, we also have a steering committee that supports us in promoting the program, in providing support and expertise to the enterprises, whilst also being our thought partners. Likewise, we've had sector experts like the Q Design Studio, who partnered with us in running the design sprints. APC has been fundamental in providing us support towards system design and cost, and more recently Story Cycle, who are helping us with the communication and outreach of the program. How does this all culminate, and where are we today is these 8 enterprises. So one of the key outcomes of the Tourovation program is developing these bankable business models. The 4 that you see on the slide right now, we have been working with these enterprises to design and develop sustainable and bankable value propositions, which then culminate into the business models in integrating the value and the supply network perspectives, whilst also focusing on creating jobs, more gender and social inclusivity, reduction of carbon emissions, amongst others. So these are different initiatives that these organizations have been, to a certain degree, trying to accommodate into these new business models. But more importantly, we have been working with them in developing financial projections through the renewable energy lens, primarily focusing on return on investment and net profit margin. So as you can see, the ask that these enterprises have ranges from 10 lakhs to 30 lakhs. Currently, we're supporting them to seek financing. The inclination, one thing we would like to share is that the inclination of these 4 enterprises is more towards credit and debt financing and grants in the form of donor grants or CSR from the private sector. This decision has been co-created through the discussions and assessment of their business capacity. So these are the 4 enterprises who are in the access to finance phase. Likewise, these 4 enterprises who have equally dynamic and sustainable value propositions are at various stages of their businesses and their business plan development. So as of now, they will be using the input that they've received in the past months during the ideation and the incubation phase to then secure finances when they are willing to take that leap. One thing that we would like to also share is that out of the 8 enterprises, we have an Apex cooperative organization who through the hub has been able to garner a partnership with a local tourism cooperative in Lalitpur. And they're in the process of developing a cooperative-based tourism business model. In summary, all the 8 enterprises bring forward an eclectic set of opportunities and challenges for the tourism sector in adopting renewable energy solution. It's been truly rewarding, and I know I've been saying this again and again, but it really is rewarding to see their journey, their progress, despite the pandemic. For the next few slides, for the next 3 slides, to be very precise, I will be focusing on highlights and learnings and what's needed, really. So highlights, I couldn't emphasize on this more, and I have mentioned this earlier also, is that the knowledge sharing and the collaboration with our hub partners, with our steering committee members and sector experts have been truly phenomenal, and we would like to thank all of them from the bottom of our hearts for it. It has brought knowledge sharing in the areas of gender equality and social inclusion, climate services, greenhouse gas emissions, communications and outreach, a lot of which I think our partners are very sort of focused on and have expertise on. Likewise, AEPC has been fundamental in sort of giving us information around the subsidies, policies, financing and delivery schemes. Now, how does all of this come together? When the incubation team at Nepal Community runs the program is through the business and financial coachings, what we do. So we are constantly in touch with our enterprises almost every other day for different reasons and trying to talk to them, work through their business plans, more recently in the last 2-3 months. So this has been really, I think, highlight of our journey through the hub. Now, moving more towards in terms of learnings and need is, yes, we do have seen an understanding of the enterprises and their businesses where they're able to understand these new concepts around climate services, possibly even certain aspects of gender equality and social inclusivity in their business model. How does it really translate into their business model? What does it mean to have a value proposition that generates social, environmental, and economic outcomes? So that has been really integral in this process. Likewise, financial literacy for these enterprises, for these MSMEs to be more specific, has been very important, focusing on bookkeeping, accounting, developing their cost structure and revenue models. External expertise in the form of marketing and branding has again supported us more than us, the enterprises, in sort of designing their businesses to be more visible. In terms of challenges from the enterprise's perspective, and this is our humble sort of understanding of their challenges, is that the energy availability and security, as I mentioned, the 8 enterprises, they are in different terrains, different geographies across Nepal. So energy availability and security is a challenge for them. Now, in addition to that, adoption and integration, and not to forget the management of the renewable energy solutions that they will adopt. I just want to sort of connect it back to the seed funding part of it. So most of our enterprises are using the 2 lakhs to develop renewable energy solutions, a step towards their generating a sustainable tourism enterprise. Likewise, single-use plastics and bottles and bags, including waste management, wood burning, is a problem for them. A lot of these issues, I'm sure the speakers and the audience are familiar, and maybe even more so understanding of it, but we just wanted to highlight it from the perspective of the 8 enterprises that we are working on. Revenues and employment has been affected by the pandemic. Excuse me. And last but not least is access to finance. And I'll be talking about it a bit more in my final slide about the importance that I couldn't stress more for these enterprises that we are working with, as well as MSMEs across Nepal. So to begin with, I think the facilitation of renewable energy solutions, both in energy production and consumption, came out as being one of the key learnings for us from the inception stage, where we talked to some.
Maybe if you can wind up in a minute or two.
Yes, sure. I am. This is my final slide. So basically, just going back to facilitate the adoption and of renewable energy solutions. And I think this is something that we have been learning, talking to stakeholders and from our enterprises, is building the capacity and the capability. So the ownership, operation, and maintenance of these renewable energy systems. Then the next one is public and private share. Although this has been used a lot and probably in certain level very instrumentally, it is going to be fundamental in mainstreaming renewable energy promotion and adoptions. Likewise, strengthening platforms such as the Tourovation Hub, where we can provide business support services to enterprises like the 8 that are with us right now, developing their business models, helping them understand the renewable energy focus much better through collaboration. And finally, access to finance to really innovate, scale up these resilient enterprises. I'm sure the speakers after me will probably be talking more about this, but there are these different kinds of financial mechanisms, incentives, and tools that are available. And as mentioned earlier, the enterprises that we are with us right now and hoping to access finance are more inclined towards debt and credit financing, as well as grants and donor funding. But in our sort of understanding, when it comes to seed funding, is our experience not only from the Tourovation Hub, but having been working with startups and MSMEs across the last 4 to 5 years, is seed funding is fundamental to them. This is where it's not a massive injection of cash, but really when, if you recall what I presented, was they're looking at 10 to 30 lakhs of funding to just kickstart on certain initiatives around sustainability, around resilience. So that has been really important and something that Nepal Communautaire is working on. Likewise, from the stakeholder interviews, we learned project financing could be helpful in supporting the tourism enterprises, as well as municipal and tourism bonds for ownership at the local level. Last but not the least, I would like to again emphasize the importance of to be able to materialize these points. Collaboration is key between public and private sector to co-develop accessible, blended and novel financing schemes for these enterprises for the longevity of their businesses in the tourism sector. So on this note, I would like to conclude my presentation here. I will be happy to answer your questions through the chat or offline. But it's been an absolute pleasure being part of this webinar and sharing some of our learnings. There's lots, the road ahead is long, but we are very excited with the things that are coming out of this partnership. A heartfelt thank you to the organizers and the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nasir, for this wonderful presentation, and also it's very, very good model for regional learning and sharing. And I think in terms of innovation, in terms of business development, and also ultimately, the financing, the kind of approach. I think that's a kind of today's motto of this webinar, looking at some of the best practices in terms of tourism sector, at the same time looking at some of the innovative financing mechanism. With this, let me move on to Pakistan. Mr. Iqbal Walji, President of Walji Travel. Over to you.
Yep, thank you very much. So I think my presentation is being run by remote, so if we could go to the first slide straight away. And I'd like to thank ICIMOD and the State Bank of Pakistan for inviting us for this presentation. And also for to the Honorable Minister Raja Nasir Ali Khan, to Shaukat Zaman Sahab, and to Pema Gyamtsho. Thank you very much. My talk today is about the development of tourism in the mountain regions of Pakistan. Now, giving you a slight background on how tourism actually developed in Pakistan. First, I'd like to divide my presentation in two parts. One is on domestic tourists, and the other one is on foreign tourists. Tourism actually in Pakistan started with foreign tourists. And next slide, please. In the beginning, tourism in the 50s and 60s were basically based on mountaineering expeditions, which were self-organized, unregulated. In 1967, the first full-service expedition, in fact, first full-service tour business was started. Our company was fortunate to be the company that organized this. After that, we sort of organized various types of tour trips, but in those days, there was no infrastructure. There were some government rest houses. We had to actually run 2 lodges in Chitral and Gilgit. We used the royal families of these regions. They welcomed tourists, opened their homes, and that's actually where tourists stayed. There was no transportation whatsoever. We had to invest in transportation. So the numbers in those days were numbering in the few hundred at that time. Then in the mid-70s, the hippie circuit actually led to growth. Tourists who were coming across from Afghanistan and through Pakistan, northern India, and ending in Nepal, that sort of pushed tourism. And in the 70s, other private sector operators, transporters came onto the scene. Government started to regulate at that time, or established some rules and regulations. But those numbers still were fairly small. But in the 80s, the road infrastructure began to improve. The Pakistani-China border opened, the main Karakoram highway, which is based on the old Silk Road, that opened, and that led into tourists in the tens of thousands who started to travel to the mountain regions of Pakistan. And unfortunately, highly seasonal. This resulted in shortages of accommodation, overcrowding, because of this. Next slide, please. To overcome this, in fact, at that time, there were only 2 lending agencies that were working in the financial sector and financing some hospitality-run businesses. And those were the National Bank of Pakistan, and the other one was the Regional Development Finance Corporation. Again, both state-owned. Interest rates were in the high double digits. It was in the high teens. It was very, very difficult for people to obtain loans because collateral requirements were very strict. In the end, what happened is that we, as a company, started to provide interest-free advances to local transporters and hospitality to local hotels so that they could actually invest in their businesses. And we would give them the advances either at the end of the season or at the beginning of the season. And then over the course of the season, we would collect our funds. For us, the win was obviously we would get priority for our customers in an area where there was scarce accommodation and scarce transportation. But the situation in Afghanistan deteriorated, and that actually had a silver lining insofar as that growth slowed. And because of the slow growth, the numbers of tourists didn't come in a flood. It sort of increased gradually and steadily until we came to 2000, where actually we probably crossed over 100,000 foreign tourists coming to the destination. 9/11, of course, stopped all of this, and again, the situation in the country was not conducive to tourism until 2015. And then in 2016, tourism growth restarted. By 2019, we had reached the upper thousands, and we were ready to cross tens of thousands in 2020. Next slide, please. Of course, then the pandemic, which we all know. Domestic tourists were actually very small numbers in the until the 80s. They were generally hunting trips. And then when the road infrastructure started to develop in the 80s, the number of domestic tourists were in the few hundreds. But in the foothills of the Himalayas and the Hindu Kush, there were vibrant numbers because of the good infrastructure, the road infrastructure. But because of the high demand, this resulted in unplanned, haphazard construction. There's no oversight. The tourists themselves, there's a lack of awareness of what they were doing to the environment that caused a significant degradation of the environment. It caused the local traditions to be hidden away from all these so-called foreigners or outsiders. And as foreign tourists started to grow in 2016, we saw that domestic tourism to the high mountain areas also increased. And this was led principally because of better accommodation, the better road network, but principally because of social media and popular local telefilms and movies that were shot in those areas, and sort of people got, the domestic tourists were educated about the beauty of those mountain areas. And then the numbers increased to the hundreds of thousands of domestic tourists, which totally overwhelmed the local environment. Next slide, please. So the current situation, actually, if we've taken a pause because of the pandemic, but our tourism product is quite diverse. We have specialized trips. We have the whole range of regular tours that operate from cultural to homestays and so on. So we have a very well developed product. However, it's very seasonal. in the shoulder shoulder seasons of spring, and then peak in summer and autumn. Obviously, the peak in summer coincides with domestic school vacations, not only in Pakistan but across Europe. Winter tourism is not well developed at all because the infrastructure to support winter tourism does not exist. Next slide, please. So all this has actually had a very positive impact, as most of us know. I mean, it provides direct income to local populations. It helps establish cottage industries, small enterprises. Most of the hospitality establishments in this region that we're talking about, Gilgit, Baltistan, and Chitral, are owned by locals who have established small hotels, motels, or guest houses. It also led the government to improve both road and communication infrastructure. So there was a push because of these numbers for the government to try to improve infrastructure. Next, please. The negative we all know, total environmental and ecological degradation, way beyond, because of the numbers are way beyond the carrying capacity. And secondly, because of poor visitor awareness. There is significant erosion of local culture. And unfortunately, there's a dependency now on this income that is very sensitive to external shocks. Next, please. So what should we be doing? I mean, I think in Pakistan's case, in the past, whenever there were interruptions in tourism, those interruptions were caused by situations within the country. Tourists stopped flowing because of troubles in the region or within the country. And so when growth started to come back, it came back very slowly and gradually. Now, however, Pakistan is one of the countries that has been impacted by COVID just like anybody else. So when travel starts again, we think that growth is going to be explosive. It's going to be high numbers. And so we have a few months really to prepare for this. Some of the structural weaknesses that I want to highlight here, and for which I think we need to take the time that we have on hand in the next few months, is we really haven't conducted any studies to determine the carrying capacity of the areas that are visited by tourists, and then therefore suggest sustainable visitor numbers. The government oversight and regulations for tourism development are lacking. And even though if they are developed, enforcement is, how are we going to enforce these regulations? This is a key question. In our case in Pakistan, tourism has been devolved from a federal subject to a provincial subject, which means that there isn't really consultative or uniform thinking across the provinces on how they want to develop tourism. Tourism promotion, there isn't a cohesive strategy, and so because of that, there isn't really educative messaging to visitors to be mindful of cultural and environmental issues. And last but not least, as mentioned earlier in the research that was conducted, the financial insurance products tailored to hospitality and tourism services in the SME segment are just not developed. And this, what I would suggest very strongly here is that we look at developing something slightly beyond the microfinance institutions. We go beyond what they are doing now, and next slide, please. And so what I'm suggesting is that we go beyond what we're doing for small enterprises and look at maybe developing packages. For the tourism sector, I think it is critical that we develop cash flow based lending. To look at collateral based lending is really a non-starter. It has to be cash flow based in order to minimize risk. Therefore, if we do package of financing, so for example, what do I mean by that? So if a hospitality lodging establishment is given an incentive to develop green energy solutions for their property, that has a capped amount of financing at the top end. It can be cash flow. Cash flows can be very easily determined by looking at past energy consumption patterns. Similarly, right now, microfinance institutions, for example, provide additions to people's homes to develop a guest room. So that can be expanded where current lodging establishments can either be allowed to refurbish or expand slightly. Again, you have a capped amount that can be tied to green solutions, which the state bank or lending institutions can develop in collaboration with NGOs and INGOs. And so I think we need innovative thinking. We need collaborative thinking. We need cash flow based financing, and most important, I think this pandemic and the previous shocks that have affected Pakistan tourism means that you do need to provide some sort of insurance to these, sort of bundled with these financial products, so that the lending is somehow secured through financial products. I just, these are some of the ideas that I had. I wanted to give you a brief overview of what was there, or where we can go. My concern is that the timing is critical. We have just a few months before really, I think, Pakistan's tourism season is going to restart for all practical purposes in the spring of 2022. And my fear is that we would be overwhelmed. The environment will be overwhelmed, the ecology will be overwhelmed. So with that, thank you very much. And
thank you, Mr. Walji, providing historical kind of account in terms of Pakistan's tourism and also highlighting some of the challenges and opportunities, also in the context of COVID and some of the financial innovation that would need to boost this sector. Now, I think in the interest of time, as per the program, we have Q&A session. I would not opt for the Q&A session because we are already running late. And as I said earlier, maybe we could use the innovative kind of a chat, in terms of our interaction with the speakers. Having said that, like we have a second segment of speakers, mainly on a financial solution, as we are talking about a resilient, inclusive, and also sustainable kind of a tourism. We also need to see the kind of innovation in terms of the different financing products and services. So we have an interesting set of speakers here. First, let me turn to Mr. Prem Mokhtan, Director of Credit Services, Bank of Bhutan. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon from Bhutan. His Excellency Tourist Minister of Pakistan, Kuzuzambo Mije, Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, Dr. Dardul from Bhutan, and distinguished guests and the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Prem. I'm from Bank of Bhutan. This is my presentation's outline. First, I would like to present the bank profile, then the impact on the monetary relief support that we have provided, investment opportunity in the tourism sector, and then innovative financial solutions, issues, and the challenges. The Bank of Bhutan was started in 1968. It is a government bank, biggest commercial bank in the country, with a market share of 33% in a credit and 45% in the deposit sector. And we have a customer base of more than 50% of the populations, with the 300,000 plus. Due to COVID-19 cases in the country in March 2020, travel restrictions were imposed, due to which the economic activities were impacted. The impact of disruptions due to the COVID-19 has been disproportionately borne by the tourism sector. However, our His Majesty the King and the Royal Government of Bhutan has graciously provided the monetary support for 3 years for all the sectors in the country by way of interest waiver for all the sector, which amounts to 11 billion in the local currency and 148 in the US dollar. So loan structuring and the deferral of the repayment were also provided. The certain concessional interest rate working capital to keep business afloat by way of paying their the salary to meet overhead expenses, refund of the advance booking for airlines and tourism sector to the tune of $40 million were provided. We are hoping that with such a relief, we will be in a position to see the blue sky after the storm and resurrect the business after the pandemic is over. Now, moving on to the investment opportunity, if you look at the global contributions from the tourism, was 10.3% to the contribution to the GDP in 2019. However, in Bhutan, tourism sector contributed about 7% to the GDP, which is way, below the global average. For a sector which employs more than 16% of the total workforce, the contribution to the GDP should have been significantly higher. However, it is almost average now. We feel that there are a lot of opportunity for the financial sector to get into this sector and make finance more accessible to them. If you look at the overall credit by sector, service and the tourism sector received 29% of the overall portfolio of the country. And in the only BOB credit by sector, service in the tourism has 31%, which is still higher in terms of portfolio thing. Product and services. Let me touch upon the product and services that we offer to the tourism sector. We have a gamut of product and services, financial product and services that includes infrastructure loan, working capital for the funding to finance the funding gap. We have a green finance. I will elaborate later. And then we also have a national credit guarantee scheme, which the Dr. Dardul was touching upon. This is basically the cash flow financing rather than the asset finance, especially for the SME sector. No collateral requirement is needed there. We also have a fund and non-fund based services for letter of credit, bank guarantee, and we also have a touch point, online touch point, where we have a mobile banking app, e-wallet services called the Charo, mobile banking services which is called the MBOP. So e-wallet services is basically targeted to the tourists for their seamless transactions in the country. And we also have a payment gateway and remittances for remittances, inward remittances, and also ticketing, hotel booking, so and so forth. Now, for the interest of the time, I will skip this slide, which I have already covered there. Now, let me a little bit elaborate on the green finance window of Bank of Bhutan. Tourism sector is consistently growing sector in the country, delivering financial returns and welfare benefit to the country. Therefore, the green finance is an important strategy for sustainability for the tourism sector. No bank can underestimate the importance of the green finance and sustainable growth in the tourism sector. So, in pursuant to this objectives of the goal, the Bank of Bhutan has decided to be a main player in the green finance to connect and integrate the green banking and sustainability to the nation's strategic goal. So sustainability is a key concept, the core concept underpinning the bank's future strategic development goal. Now, how to translate this concept into a quick reality was an issue for Bank of Bhutan. So I think here the issue was practical implementation, sir. Without proper and dedicated, the practical implementations and the delivery system, the green finance and the sustainability can be simply an empty slogan. Therefore, the Bank of Bhutan has formulated various strategy in 2019 to create a financial solutions ecosystems in the country. So in 2019, we have established a dedicated green banking divisions. Their main responsibility was for the green finance, of course, not only for the tourism, but for all other sector as well. And we also form a committee to spearhead implementation tasks and to strategize the future goal, and included the green finance into our 5 years strategic plan of the Bank of Bhutan. Subsequently, we have applied for Green Climate Fund accreditations membership to follow their 8 strategic result areas, where you can see broadly here the mitigation strategic impact and adaptation strategic impact. The mitigations, there are 4, adaptations, so there are 4. We are trying to bring this into our system and processes to make it our process robust for financing and making accessible to all the the borrowers of the bank. And we are working very seriously to build the capacity in green finance in Bank of Bhutan. To start with, in 2020, we have launched a green product for financing electric vehicle targeting the transport and tourism sector with the no collateral, where the Dasu was mentioning is a tax-free import. This is a tax-free import, by the way. And we are also designing the green product for building and construction sector. To make this objective, I think it is very important for all of us to work together with the tourism sector to develop suitable green sustainable finance solutions in the business model. As our distinguished speaker, Mrs. Lama, touched upon the business case for sustainability, broader framework of the return on investment. These are some of the critical points that we need to take into consideration as well here. And also in the research finding, some of our participants were presenting there, because of the seasonality in nature, tourism business, sometimes they face cash flow problem. So the EMI could have been defer and deliver later. So we have this type of product in the bank also, the EMI and the EAI, it calls. EMI means monthly payment. EAI is equated annual installment payment is there. So whoever is having a cash flow problem during the lean season can opt for EAI payment. So the possible solutions and strategic interventions or the recommendations, as we say, from the regulator or from the central bank, probably we need to bring structural reform and make the tourism sector structure with the IG and NIG grade for the lending institutions. As we know that we need a huge investment to finance the transitions of world low carbon economy. It is estimated by the Global Committee that we at least need $830 billion additional investment from now on to 2050 to bring global warming below 1.5 degree. So it is very important for all the banking sector, which is a major new channel to bring finance to sustainable growth for a tourism sector. I feel that we need to have a very clear taxonomy for green lending, green project, green bond as a policy to move towards carbon neutrality and a carbon negative goal for our country. Now, also, we have to make a carbon footprint disclosure requirement for all the banks of their loans and advances, basically as an indicator, and develop a methodology in quantifying the environmental and climate risks so that the bank can measure the milestone and the achievement they have made towards contribution towards the climate risks mitigations. We also need to have a very clear trade-off relationship between the finance and the biodiversity, especially loss of biodiversity, financial feasibility and profitability to use by the regulator as a monitoring tool. Now, again, we also need to create reserve for seasonal some sort of nature's tourist activities for sustainability. This is very important from the regulation point of view. During the good seasons, reserve has to be built up to sustain in the lean seasons. So as against these regulations, I feel that there has to be a very strong incentive for the lending institutions to low carbon activities. For example, green interest rate for low carbon activities, or we need to reduce the risk weight for green assets and increase the risk weight for the brown assets to have a less capital requirement for the banks, and so also as to decrease the funding cost of the green lending and also to increase the funding cost for the brown lending. And also it is important that as the Mr. Zaman and again repeatedly some of our distinguished speaker has pointed out that collateral requirement for the small and medium entrepreneurs is it is a bottleneck for them. Of course, it is a bottleneck. However, if there is a guideline for the green qualified collateral for having accessible to the more funding to the SMEs and source the low cost fund from the central bank. And other important thing, probably environmental and the climate risk analysis should be a part of the overall credit risk assessment processes of the bank. And also it must become more popular, and eventually it has to be a regulatory requirement. So this is overall perspective from the bank side, and also it has been repeatedly sounded financial literacy is a major issue for all the borrowers here. In our case, financial literacy is no more actually a knowledge for us. It is a life skill we need to have, as commanded by His Majesty the King. So thank you very much. This is the end of my slide.
Thank you very much for highlighting different financial products and services from Bank of Bhutan, and also very interestingly that we have taken a note that you are embarking on the path with the Green Climate Fund, the green kind of investment, and also looking at some of the regulatory framework for green investment. I think these are key ingredients to to boost the tourism in any country. Also, our previous colleague from Pakistan also highlighted the kind of infrastructure from the road and other sorts of infrastructure that boosted, the kind of tourism in Pakistan. Now, with this, let me move to Nepal. Thank you once again, Mr. Muktan. Let me move to Nepal, Mr. Maitre Sakhe, Executive Corporate Advisory and Research Unit, Naval Investment Banking. Over to you, Mr. Maitre.
Basantaji, thank you so much. Let me just quickly thank ICIMOD for this wonderful platform where we have come together to discuss the prospects of sustainable tourism and financial inclusion of MSMEs. And Naval Invest has a future commitment towards developing a robust pipeline wherein we incorporate MSMEs who are engaged in sustainable tourism, where we provide technical assistance as well as financing from our yet to be licensed specialized investment fund, which is a private equity fund. So without further ado, let me just quickly start my presentation. Just to give a brief background on the introduction of Naval Invest, we are an investment bank by our core nature, and we are a subsidiary of Naval Bank. And Naval Bank is one of the first private commercial banks that has been active in Nepal for over 36 years, and it has around 119 branches all over Nepal. So the inception of Naval Invest started in 2010, and right after the inception, the clients that we serve are majorly those are interested in the capital markets, and the products that we offer are mostly centered around merchant banking, corporate advisory, investment banking, and mutual fund. As I mentioned earlier, we are vying to get license from the regulator, SEBON, for our private equity fund, after which we intend to develop a different asset class wherein we have a strong commitment to incorporate SMEs based in tourism or SMEs that have tourism related products. So my presentation will more or less be centered around what the government of Nepal is trying to do in terms of providing relief to the tourism sector to curb the impacts of COVID-19. Also the impacts of the central bank, Nepal Rashtra Bank, and what it has introduced a slew of measures through its monetary policy. And also I'll be briefly talking about the commercial banks, how the commercial banks are devising their SME products and what can be done in the future to ensure that majority of the credit is given to MSMEs. So as we all know that Nepal is pretty famous for its tourism, and it has always been ever since the time of the hippies. Right now, when we are facing a very difficult situation wherein the tourism contribution to GDP has slumped to 3.6%. In 2019, it was around 6.7%. So there has been a massive 46 percentage decline in the GDP contribution. Similarly, if we have a look at the contribution to employment, again, this has decreased to 5.5. This was earlier 6.9%. And the key business sectors that the tourism sector covers are airlines, hotels, tourist vehicle, restaurants, trekking, travels, and tours. And also the central bank had introduced a policy aptly titled the Business Continuity Credit Flow Procedure in 2000 to provide working capital financing so that SMEs, especially in tourism, can pay wages to their staffs and also can cover their business operations. But again, it is a 500 billion Nepali rupee fund. But again, if you see the dispersal, it is around 200 million. So we can fairly assume that this number is not encouraging in terms of the intake of credit from the MSMEs. Again, moving on to the demand for formal credit in tourism, if we happen to see, there are 7 provinces in Nepal, and the demand is mostly from province number 5, which is the Lumbini province, also famously known as the birthplace of Buddha. And again, it is a pilgrimage site for Buddhists and other peoples of different faiths. So if you see, there's 70.2% of formal credit demand by the tourism sector, and closely followed by province number 2, which demands around 34.78%. And again, province number 3, which houses Kathmandu, the capital as of now of the country. So there the credit demand is 26.92%. So in aggregate, the credit demand is 14%. So again, this was in the year 2018, and I'm pretty sure the numbers have slumped due to COVID. So BFIs and MSMEs, again, moving on to the number of BFIs that actually serve tourism and tourism related MSMEs or even other MSMEs, there are around like 154 BFIs, excluding Infrastructure Development Bank, which really doesn't cater to the needs of MSMEs. There are around 27 commercial banks and 20 development banks. So again, we have a gamut of banks that would want to serve, that are currently serving the needs of the MSMEs. But that being said, however, the penetration is not encourageable as per what the data has shown, and we would like this to further improve in the future. And if you have a look in SME financing, majority of SMEs, they prefer getting their finance, getting credit extended from commercial banks, which more or less comes to around 85%, followed by development banks, then microfinance institutions, then lastly is the finance companies. So if you see the total credit that has been extended by commercial banks to tourism sector, that will revolve around 4.8% of the total credit. And again, this is considering 4.8%, this is a meager margin, considering the fact that the central bank has directed commercial banks to allocate 15% of the total lending portfolio in tourism sector. Now, all the previous panelists have also pointed out the constraints to MSME financing. Then we are very much in cohesion, and we are very much in unison to acknowledge the fact that the lack of collateral is one of the primary reasons as to why credit is being denied to MSMEs. But again, leaving the reasons aside, majority of the MSMEs, what the research points out is 30.8%, they really don't prefer going to banks because they can self-finance, whether that be in terms of getting finance access from friends, families, or fools. Again, high interest rate is again a major deterrent. But rather than high interest rate, researchers have pointed out to the fact that the variable interest rates of the banks are a major deterrent because, say for instance, a tourism enterprise takes out a loan at 8%, and owing to the increase in the cost of funds of the banks, what normally happens is the interest rate rises. So again, this is a huge deterrent for the MSMEs. And lack of collateral, as rightly pointed out by previous panelists, is again a huge serves as a huge impediment for MSMEs to gain access to credit. And the reasons for denial of credit, again, somehow, somewhere, it again lands back to the same issue, which is inadequate collateral and also inferior quality collateral. In Nepal, what happens is that collateral is purely, if you see, it is land and buildings, immovable assets. What happens is, again, the banks purely rely on the access to roads to value a particular collateral. So again, say for instance, those entrepreneurs having interest to gain access to finance, and those who have collateral in mountainous regions will not be able to place their land or their properties because the terrain is rough. The access to road is pretty. It doesn't meet the banking requirements. So these are the, again, reasons for denial of credit to MSMEs, which again needs to be closely discussed and closely considered in terms of providing equal access to MSMEs. See, the thing is, one of the major the problems that we're having, and I'm pretty sure that panelists in Pakistan as well as Bhutan share the same feeling, that we are not being able to develop a specialized product focusing on credit extension to MSMEs, and particularly in tourism. What majority of the 27 commercial banks they do is they have bundled SME loan, the credit provided to SMEs in SME loan. And one of the banks has gone to the extent of developing a specialized product in terms of travel and tourism companies loan and hotels and hotel loans. So there is a dearth of innovative products by the banking sector, especially the commercial banks, in terms of catering to tourism or tourism related enterprises. And as you can see, according to a research done by UNESCAP in the year 2018, what they've pointed out is the minimum threshold that a commercial bank provides to its MSMEs in terms of credit is 2.5 million. Again, the need of the MSMEs might be further lower than this, barring one commercial bank which has gone to the extent of providing credit to MSMEs below 2.5. There are other commercial banks who do not prefer to lower the range. So that is, again, it creates a huge barrier for SMEs to get access to credit. And collateralized loan, all the business banking loans that the commercial banks give out are collateralized. And this is, again, this is no new news for all of us here. And as I pointed out, barring since the government is very keen to promote women entrepreneurship, some banks do offer subsidy loans to women entrepreneurs without having to place collaterals. But again, the intake for that loan is pretty much is dismal in terms of the hype created around the loan, because see, majority of the women entrepreneurs, either they haven't heard of the scheme provided or facilitated by the commercial banks in support with the central bank, and the information asymmetry that exists in Nepal is huge. So half of the population who are actually engaged in entrepreneurship don't really gain access or have access towards these kind of information. So again, that impedes the SME lending growth. So again, end-to-end documentation requirement here, as per the monetary policy of 2018-19, the central bank has directed all the MSMEs to get tax certificates from the required tax authorities so that they can apply for loans. So those who are MSMEs are it's a very well-known fact that MSMEs do not maintain their book of accounts, and the UNESCAP research shows that around 47% of MSMEs in Nepal don't have a proper accounting system. So this again discourages MSMEs to approach commercial banks, and again. Majority of the entrepreneurs are not really adept in providing business documents to the banks, because their business plans don't necessarily meet the prerequisites of the credit appraisals that banks have. So that is again another requirement by the banks that really puts a dent to lending to the tourism MSMEs. And last but not the least, banks do have different facilities in terms of funded and non-funded facilities to cater to the needs. But again, the threshold is highly discouraging for entrepreneurs that who have access to physical branches, and in remote areas where there's very low access to physical branches, again availing to funded facilities will not be a possibility. So another initiative that that government, the central bank is initiated after the 2015 earthquake in Nepal is the branchless banking initiative. So as per this initiative, as of mid-June 2020, 16,032 branches banking initiatives have been established by around 17 to 18 commercial banks. So what happens here is these branches banking initiatives mostly serve to the underserved or the unserved or the unregistered MSMEs through their personal capacity. So agents are hired on the basis of commission and also on the basis of a monthly stipend. So these agents go and reach out to the masses for account opening, for deposit collection, KYC updates. And recent and after 2018-19, the banks, especially the commercial banks, have felt the need to solicit loans and to push their agents in terms of business development to acquire loans. So again, that has been a good aspect. Also, the agents are closely related to the disbursement and repayment of and recovery of loans, which is a very good move, considering the fact that branches are very far away from where the service is being availed. And also, these BLBs are engaged in the remittance, which again provides added incentives to branches to take this forward. So moving on to again the policies, the monetary policy of the central bank as a response to COVID-19 and its effects. As I mentioned to you earlier, the central bank has mandated all commercial banks to allocate 25% of its total product portfolio in these in sectors like agriculture, energy, and MSMEs, especially tourist-related MSMEs. And again, in terms of working capital financing, commercial banks are mandated by the central bank to allocate 15% of their total lending portfolio by mid-July 2024. So if you see if you have noticed in the earlier data, we are we are lacking behind, as only 4.8% of credit has been dispersed in the tourism sector. So that being said, there are slews of policy measures that the central bank has provided so that these MSMEs can get a relief owing to the impacts of COVID-19. So the first is, as I mentioned to you earlier, it's already been said. Again, in terms of concessional loans, the commercial banks have to provide at least 500 concessional loans or a minimum of 10 loans per branch, whichever is higher. And again, the commercial banks need, the central bank needs to really reinforce and to help commercial banks to recommit on this, because if they don't, the SME sector will not get the part of the credit that they are supposed to get access to. And also, in terms of refinancing, since the SMEs have been badly hit by COVID, what the monetary policy says is that a lump sum refinance can be given out by the commercial banks, wherein the central bank will provide the loans to the commercial banks at a rate of 2%, and the commercial banks can charge the borrowers an annual rate of 5%. So again, this is again a huge boost, and as per the mid-review monetary policy of the central bank, the commercial banks have been able to successfully disperse around 86 billion NPR for MSMEs for refinancing. Besides these, the central bank has again taken this very vital step to defer payments of to defer repayments in terms of interest and installment for tourism sector. So again, this is pretty commendable. And since for tourism sector especially, it has been deferred from mid-July 2022 to mid-July 2021. So recently there was a financial ordinance passed declared by the government of Nepal. So according to that, the total budget is 1.647 trillion. Out of this, 1.67% has been allocated to the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation. That amounts to around 28.27 billion. And as a step to push tourism, Nepal will not be enforcing the need for visa on tourists for a period of 1 month, and subsequently it will launch an integrated tourism promotion program to again regenerate the interest of tourists all over the world to come visit Nepal. Again, another incentive that the budget or the ordinance.
I'm asking you to wind up the time. Is still 1 year to go.
Yeah, sure. So I'll just skip the budget part, the tax part. So the way forward here is, again, it has been mostly pointed out by the previous panelists. I don't need to, again, go through it. But what I would like to emphasize on is the commitment of Noble Invest in helping MSMEs in tourism in the future, because we, again, as I mentioned to you earlier, we have a plan to build a robust pipeline for our upcoming specialized investment fund, where we'll be able to commit a certain portion of funds to the tourism and tourism related MSMEs. And again, one important thing that I would like to highlight is our senior management is very much committed to helping staff learn and to build the capacities on ESG, which we feel is very important in terms of guiding the SMEs in properly managing their risks, and again, in cashing on opportunities that are presented. If I am to conclude, we are very positive on having to build a fund that is purely dedicated to financing SME related activities, especially in the tourism sector. But that being said, especially in Nepal, what we need to do is we need to find a synergy between the commercial banks, the central bank, the development finance institutions, which are largely interested in investing in Nepal, and investment banks like Noble Invest, which are willing to go to the extent of providing a substantial fund for MSME financing, so that we can achieve the goal of prosperous Nepal and happy Nepali. So that would be from my end. Over to you, Basanta.
Thank you, Malik, for this very comprehensive account of MSME kind of a landscape, and also some of the challenges, especially in the tourism sector and in the event of COVID and post-COVID, the kind of the impediments that we have in terms of financing, and at the same time the opportunity we may have in the coming near future. I still have one more presentation to go. I think without further delay, let me invite Mr. Mazhar Sajad, Joint Director, Infrastructure, Housing and SME Finance Department.
Good evening, everyone. This is Muhammad Mazhar Sajad from State Bank of Pakistan. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for arranging this webinar. And I hope that this event will go a long way for the promotion of the tourism sector in the country. And the experience sharing of two-day session will help us to promote agriculture finance in the country. I will share that in case of Pakistan, State Bank of Pakistan has taken a number of initiatives to promote tourism. Recently, State Bank of Pakistan, in consultation with the government of Pakistan, has launched a Prime Minister Kamyab Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme. Under this scheme, the loans are provided to all SMEs and all citizens of Pakistan ranging between the age of 21 to 45 years. And the key feature of this scheme is that this financing of up to 25 million is available under this scheme, and the financing up to 10 lakh is available without any collateral. Thus, the borrowers can avail financing up to 10 million without any collateral requirement. And for this financing to avail the financing under this scheme, the borrower has not to go any branch. They can fill the online application form and avail financing from the bank. The financing is open for all the sectors, and tourism sector can also avail financing under the scheme. Currently, 21 participating banks are participating under this scheme, and the financing of 8 years up to 8 years permissible under this scheme. So this is one of the schemes through which tourism sector can participate and gets loan for their hospitality sector. They can avail both short-term and long-term loan according to their financing requirements. Vehicles for tourism sectors are also available under the schemes. Another State Bank of Pakistan has launched some other refinancing schemes through which concessionary loans are available to SMEs as well as the tourism sector. There are some short-term schemes and some long-term schemes. I think my presentation is not well visible, so I will just share the key features, and I will highlight that what is scheme key features and for what type of financing it is available. State Bank of Pakistan has launched a long-term refinance scheme that is called a refinance scheme for modernization of SMEs. Under this scheme, loans ranging up to 200 million can be availed for purchase of machinery by the SMEs as well as tourism sector. The end user rate under this scheme is 6%, and State Bank of Pakistan provides refinance at the rate of 2%. So this scheme is long term and is available for the period of 10 years. Islamic Sharia compliant version of this scheme is also available. So the SMEs as well as the tourism sector can avail long-term financing under this State Bank of Pakistan scheme. Yeah, I was talking about the refinance scheme for modernization of SME. This is medium to long-term financing facility provided to SMEs borrower for modernization of their existing or setting up of new SMEs. So this is a long-term scheme through which SMEs as well as tourism sector can avail financing for long-term. And this scheme is available at the end user rate of 6%. State Bank of Pakistan provides refinance to banks at the rate of 2%, and the scheme is available for 10 years. And the Sharia compliant Islamic version of this scheme is also available. Another State Bank of Pakistan has also launched a dedicated division for green energy financing, and have also launched a scheme which promotes renewable energy in Pakistan. And the objective behind this scheme was to promote renewable energy through green financing and address the issue of electricity shortage in case of Pakistan. Through this scheme, the concessionary financing for large renewable projects and small-scale renewable energy solution is available. Financing limit under this scheme is 6 billion, that is USD, 38.7 million approximately. The end user rate in most of the schemes launched by the State Bank of Pakistan is 6%, and the State Bank of Pakistan refinance rate is 2%. This scheme is also available for long-term financing and tenor is 12 years with the grace period of 2 years. And the Sharia compliant version of this scheme is also available. Keeping in view that women sector is considered deprived across the globe, State Bank of Pakistan in 2017 launched a dedicated scheme for the women entrepreneur. The purpose was to address the financing constraint of women across the country. Initially, the scheme was launched in some selected areas, but later on the feedback of banks as well as the women community, we broadened the scope of scheme across the country. And initially, the scheme was launched, its financing limit was 1.5 million, but recently, based on the feedback and of its stakeholder, we have enhanced the financing limit under this scheme up to 5 million. So the scheme is available for women across the country. They can avail financing for SMEs and for tourism activities. They can purchase vehicle under the scheme. The end user rate for this scheme is 5%. And the one of the important feature of this scheme is that 60% risk coverage is available to banks on their financing through women entrepreneur. Means if a borrower fails to repay his or her loan, the State Bank will reimburse 60% of the outstanding principal to that bank. So the feature of risk coverage has been kept to encourage banks to come under these schemes. So this is very attractive scheme for women entrepreneur as well as for the tourism industry. In two schemes, as I discussed earlier, our Prime Minister Kamyab Jawan program and women entrepreneur scheme, the risk coverage up to 60% is provided just to encourage banks to come under the scheme and lend under the scheme. These were some schemes which State Bank of Pakistan have launched for the promotion of SME as well as tourism sector. Besides these schemes, there are some other continuous feature of State Bank of Pakistan. We are capacity building of financial institution and relevant stakeholder is one of the key and ongoing initiative of State Bank of Pakistan. One of my colleagues mentioned that there are limited products for SME financing, but I would like to say that the issue is a lack of awareness. We developed a strategy for promotion of SME finance in which we identified that lack of awareness about a State Bank of Pakistan schemes and lack of awareness about the products launched by the banks is one of the key issue which need to be addressed. So in order to address this issue, State Bank of Pakistan hold seminars as well as awareness session across the country. We have launched a dedicated nationwide financial literacy program which provides information about State Bank schemes and initiatives launched by the banks for the promotion of SME as well as tourism sector. During COVID, we issued regulations for restructuring and rescheduling of loans for 1 year in order to facilitate the borrower, SME borrowers and other borrowers as well. So we engagement with SME associations is one of the a constant feature of State Bank of Pakistan, and we develop our policies, our schemes in consultation with these stakeholders. And once these schemes are established and designed, we even then keep on changing them as per the demands of the industry. So this was my brief presentation and initiatives launched by State Bank of Pakistan for the promotion of the tourism sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this, very comprehensive account of from Pakistan in terms of, financing the tourism sector. I think we have had very excellent deliberation and also exchange of knowledge and experiences that I will not go into details, but I think there are the purpose of this session is really to share our experiences in terms of different tourism sector in Bhutan, Nepal, and Pakistan. And also I think there had been a very excellent deliberation and also very unique model of mountain tourism, eco-friendly kind of a tourism, and also the kind of a branding that Bhutan has set a model kind of thing. Also in terms of Nepal, the kind of resilient enterprise development and some of the innovation that is happening is very noteworthy. Also in Pakistan, the kind of the historical kind of account of tourism development and also the kind of the infrastructure development that has boosted and the kind of a tourism sector, and also more from the internal tourism point of view. And also some of the challenges that we face with environment, with the tourism sector, particularly on the high mountain environment aspects. We also had on a second segment from Bank of Bhutan, very encouraging to note the kind of a partnership and also the exploring opportunities with the Green Climate Fund, and also with the Naval Invest, very detailed account of MSME landscape and some of the potential opportunities as well as some of the challenges that we see, and also same with Pakistan. Now, lastly, I think tourism would be one sector in a post-COVID which would gain kind of a exponential growth, or a floodgate would open after all the lockdown with more than almost 1 year, 15 months or so. I think preparing them with a good financial products and services, and coming the whole tourism sector from public sector, the private sector, and also from, more importantly, from the financing sector, coming together to provide the kind of a platform for recovery would be a good way forward. So I think from ICIMOD point of view, and if you look at the mountain tourism perspective, tourism is bread and butter for many of our communities, and also I think one of the key backbone of our economy. So I think today's discussion is very relevant in the context of promoting mountain tourism, and more so in the context of COVID challenges, and see how some of the key opportunities that we also bring and tie up with some of the innovative financing mechanism. With this, I also see number of these chat boxes. I'm sure the organizers and Naina host is taking care. And now we are, almost past lunchtime, but I would like to hand over to Naina for further, proceedings of today's webinar. And once again, thank you everyone, especially the speakers from these two segments, from both of these segments, and also I see number of very enthusiastic participants. Thank you all for participating, and post lunch event, Naina will be sharing some information. Over to you, Naina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shrestha and distinguished panelists, for this excellent session with so much enthusiasm, vigor, and the objective set for the session has been achieved so far, and we sincerely appreciate your time and inputs. We break for 30 minutes. And we quickly go on to section 2, which is an interactive moderated session where all the questions that are in the chat box and more will be entertained. So all the 6 speakers who are with us, please do continue to stay with us. Welcome all to the second session this afternoon. I hope you had a quick but good lunch. Thank you all for being with us once again. For this session, our moderators are Mr. Ghulam Ali and Dr. Lama. Please take it forward from here, Dr. Lama.
Thank you, Naina ji, and a very good afternoon and welcome back after a very much deserving lunch break. As we have already mentioned, in the interest of time, how we have decided is we are going to shorten this moderated sessions. Accordingly, we were supposed to have for an hour, but we will have it for 30 minutes only. The whole purpose right now of this moderated session is really to allow more interactions among the participants as well as the speakers, and also address some of the very important questions raised by our participants and delegates in the chat box. How we are going to design this session is that we will first take some of the important questions that is raised in the chat box and then address to specific panel members to respond. And after that, we would also encourage, meantime, participants to pose questions if you have some more to suggest. But then we would also have some questions that we think is also important to really address, ask our panel members. So without much delay, I will start with this one very first questions, and that was sent by Mr. Achut, and it was actually addressed to me in a sense. He was asking, while talking about innovative financial solutions, we should be more specific so that we can identify such financial product. Achutji, I fully agree, and that's precisely the nature of or the reason why we have this very important webinar, is that the concept of innovative financing in the space of green, resilient, and inclusive tourism is very important, but it's also an emerging field of interest. And that's why, while we have an opportunity to hear from our esteemed panel members coming from banking sectors and people who had implemented some of these ideas through their work, we wanted to also understand what specific financial products or innovative financial products are available. So we fully agree and hope by the end of this sessions, we would have gotten more concrete. And also during the session, also our panel members have also eluded some of the specific financial packages for the kind of tourism product that is needed. Thank you so much for your question. I couldn't agree more. The second question was from Mr. Zakir, and he had question to, I think, the Honorable Tourism Minister. I don't know if he's still around, but this question is very much revolve around what is the government of Gilgit Baltistan doing to improve infrastructure to facilitate tourism and hospitality sector in the area. Do we have Honorable Minister around? If not, I would also encourage, we have friends from Gilgit Baltistan, anybody who could address, answer these questions from the panel. So I would also again go back, I think we have not, there's nobody to really answer this question. So let me go to a next question. This is posed to Mr. Malik Mirza by Mr. Achut Aryal once again. His question is, it seems that the currently available loan products do not fit the need of these SMEs. What about loan products with product financing, with project financing in a hospitality business in mountain areas? There must be an appropriate insurance product for the business.
So this question about this project financing, we actually reported based on our research. And what we found that besides project financing, the major problem was seasonality of cash flows. Like people were investing from their own, they didn't have any problem which they identified much, because most of the people have dedicated rooms of their homes as hotels and restaurants, and providing their roofs even to the mountaineers to put their tents. So the project financing as such didn't came up as a bigger challenge. Having said that, the bigger challenge was that whatever loan we obtain, the installments are equal monthly installments. And for us, the seasonality of business gives us a problem to repay them in equal monthly installments. So from there, the recommendation was that we need a cash flow based product which people can repay. The utilization can be working capital or project financing depending upon the business need. I hope I'm able to answer it somehow.
Thank you, Mr. Mirza. Yes, okay. One of the question which I find it also very important when we say the idea of promoting sustainable mountain tourism. Mr. Jamshed had posed this question of the neglected aspect of tourism industry is waste management, and analysis need to be carried out regarding the types of waste and possibilities of its treatment. Waste related to eatables, plastics, and bottles is usually abundant at any tourist spots. Uh, okay, so this is just sorry, this is not a question, but his perspective. Other than educating tourists, local hotel resorts need to be provided with proper waste management infrastructure, including recycling where required. There is a need. Thank you, Mr. Jamshed. Yes, this is you made a very right point in highlighting one of the most important issues when it comes to sustainable mountain tourism. This is a question from one of our colleagues, Kosar. It's Initiative for Women is an amazing mother Saab. Hope you, our women from remote and far-flung areas will benefit from it. Mr. Mazar, are you there?
I think Mr. Mazhar is not there. This is Imran from State Bank.
Okay.
It's a very valid comment or concern shown by our respected participant. We have been making efforts to ensure that financing is not only available in big cities, but also in all parts of the country, especially the mountainous and far-flung areas. For that purpose, a credit guarantee has been put in place under which a 60% risk coverage is provided to the banks for financing to the women entrepreneurs or to the people of underserved areas. So it has not been a easy journey. Banks started from uh, tertiary areas, and then now they are moving to, for example, just last month, one of the bank told me that we have started financing in Gilgit, Baltistan, Gilgit area. So the journey has been started, and hopefully more cases will be booked in coming days. Thanks very much.
Thank you, thank you. I will be scanning some of the questions in the interest of time because Ghulam could also already come and join me and start asking the questions that we also thought would be very important to ask our esteemed panel. Ghulam, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Anu, and thank you everyone for coming back after a short break. I think this has been a very interesting discussion. To me personally, I think there are three prominent areas came as an elaborate. The three countries are at different level of different stages in terms of product portfolios and also policy engagement. It varies in context of greening the products, and some are emerging and some are at advanced stage. Some are, I think, need consideration to develop. So my first question is to see bit of compromise between commercial viability versus adopting greening financial landscape. So my first request would be to Prem Mokhtan to give us his response that how was this compromise managed by Bank of Bhutan? Because to me it personally seems that you have to have some sort of a commercial viability compromise in order to have acceptability for greener products for the banks themselves, for the lendees also, and also from policy perspective. You can reflect on that. So can I request Prem Mokhtanji for your short reflection, please? Can I float the same question to Maitreya Shakya?
Yeah, hi Ghulam. Thanks for the question. I think, see, the thing is, banks have a certain agenda, that is, if you are to give out loans, banks firstly will see that the business is viable, that it can generate revenue, and in the end it can generate profits, and out of the profits you can pay the EMIs, right? But the thing here is, in terms of having green resilience of business model, I think banks first look into the revenue and cost structures. And when we talk about green resilience model, it is an intrinsic part of the revenue as well as the cost structures. So in the context of Nepal, we haven't had banks adopt the broader outlook or the paradigm of considering these issues as important as they are. But again, in terms of viability, yes, the banks, especially commercial banks, do look into the prospect that, okay, this business is at this stage, and in certain amount of time after capital injection, it will reach a certain stage, so that whatever capital has been invested will be returned in due course of time. But again, see, the thing is, we have to take into consideration that how viable a green project is, right? Because the thing is, banks are pretty much in that state of mind that, okay, if it is not commercial, we rather not pursue it. So that is the mindset of the commercial banks. And barring a few banks here in Nepal, there are only few banks, especially there's this one bank which really pursues renewable energy, and it has a specialized product in terms of renewable energy. And it might consider that, okay, the prospects of the business is good in terms of future cash flows. But again, if you are to take banking sector as a chunk, I think green and resilient model, firstly, actually, it needs to be inculcated within the products of the banking itself. And trust me, this is a very difficult issue to pursue. My stint at a commercial bank is that if it doesn't yield, or if the business is not viable, why pursue it? And we are a step back in terms of actually opening our minds and having to include green resilience in businesses, because we don't see that as an important component, or we don't even see ESG as an important component that could add value to a particular business. We see the future cash flows, we see the assets, and again, see, the thing is, majority of the loans are handed out on the basis of hypothecation of current assets, right? So in terms of tourism, that might not be a possibility. But again, the banks will not go lenient on you saying that, okay, you're a green business. So again, your cash flows will be positive in the future, and you'll be able to repay the interest as well as the payment, as well as the principal. So there is a need to fill the gap here. And
thank you, Shakya. I think
we'll take the lead here in terms of collaborating with another bank. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think let's hear from Mokhtanji. The Bhutan experience is, I think, unique in this sense, how they are exploring the viability within the greening products. Let's hear from him. Guys, can you find any ways to unmute Mokhtanji? By the time we go to bank in Pakistan, maybe if Mazhar is not there, Imran, would you come in and take this question of the compromise of commercial viability versus going for a green? By the time Prem Mokhtan gets unmuted. Imran or Mazhar Shehzad, whoever is available. The question was that generally banks tend to go for priority to return on investment or pure commercial viability is a prime concern. Whereas this greening finance, you might require to have some sort of a compromise on commercial viability. Maybe in longer run, it will generate a commercial viability, but in shorter run, it might not look like that. So that becomes a compromising point. So the question is, where is the bank's readiness to have the compromise and switching to more of greener products in terms of designing or in terms of doing research or coming up with innovative solutions? Your thoughts, please.
Of course, as a natural person, the banks will try to go to risk-free avenues. However, to facilitate the uh, renewable energy sectors or green banking, we have put in place a refinance scheme under which the financing is provided at highly reduced rate as compared to the market, so that with that refinance scheme, the affordability perspective of the borrower is increased. So in this way, we think that we can encourage banks to on lend to the further. Credit guarantee is also provided for particularly for small and medium entrepreneurs, which may not be, of course, or not feasible or not in the areas which are preferred by the banks, or may have collateral issues. For such entities, credit guarantee is provided to encourage the banks. Then, of course, it depends on the applicants how effectively he or she presents its case or its business plan and convinces the bank to finance him. As far as research is concerned in the banks, if we go in the past, maybe 4 or 5 years back, of course, there was quite little attention to this area. But with the focused attention with the central bank, within the central bank, because we have been interacting with the World Bank, with the IFC for sustainable energy, for green banking, our guidelines were issued, prudential regulations were issued. With that, now banks have the focus, and even banks have converted their branches into solar, and also they are also facilitating the uh, entrepreneurs which are opting for alternate energy resources. So these are some of the measures through which some efforts have been made to facilitate the borrowers in the green banking or greener avenues.
Thank you, Imran.
So our next question is very much revolve around this whole idea of understanding access to finance. Although from a very straightforward answers, when we say access to finance is definitely a person applying for, kind of for an investment, getting that fund being lended out, right? But after hearing this discussions, what came or what struck us also is that long before you are able to access those finance or secure those finance, the whole notion of accessibility has also very much links with the availability of the information, that is the know-how, and also the capability of those who are requesting for the finance. How much are they able to internalize, right? What kind of an investment they are getting into, and what does it mean in their business? So this question very much I would like to also request some of the colleagues, our panel members coming from the finance and banking sectors, to really help us understand when we say access to finance, how robust should the scheme be, and how much of the knowledge or capacity building information plays an important role before even we materialize this idea of access to finance in a lending context. I would request again, yes, we're trying to have Mr. Prem on board, but if not, then again, colleagues from the State Bank of Pakistan.
In my view, of course, it should be a consultative process. Banks should be taken along, as well as the sectors, for example, tourism, SMEs, or tourism entities should also be taken on board. What are their demands and how that can be filled? And then, of course, the federal or regional or provincial governments should be pitched in, they can absorb certain markup so that cost of funding is reduced, and the governments can also provide the risk coverage or credit guarantees so that the collateral issues or the bankability issues are resolved. With all sort of specs, I think refinance is available and credit guarantees are in place. Bankers will be encouraged to provide financing through banking sector. Of course, at the moment I'm discussing the financing avenues through banking sectors. There are also other avenues as well that can be through purely from the government or from private sector. But for the banking sector, these are my views. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Maitreji, very brief view. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, Anuji. And access to finance is such a complex issue. It has to be looked from both the demand side as well as the supply side, which you just mentioned. Demand side obviously coming from the entrepreneur's perspective, whether the entrepreneur is fully aware of the schemes that are there, that has been launched by the central bank or the commercial banks. And again, on the supply side, if the banks are willing to extend support or to extend credit in terms of sacrificing their transaction cost, which for SMEs are a lot higher. So this is an entire ecosystem wherein actually the central bank and the provincial governments of Nepal have to come along together to actually initiate steps to create access to finance. One I just mentioned in my presentation is the branches banking. Others can be extension counters that we can open up in remote areas, even if the brick and mortar is not possible in far off areas. But the thing is, but again, in the end, it all boils down to the demand side and the supply side in the micro perspectives, because the thing is, the documentation part is not as strong as how the banks would have preferred. And again, the banks, on the other hand, are very they don't have a specific what do you say take on MSMEs, because the definition of MSMEs in Nepal is given by Industrial Enterprises Act 2020 on basis of on 4 different criteria. Again, the Rashtra Bank has again 2 criteria on the basis of paid-up capital and fixed assets. And again, the commercial banks understand it on the perspectives of the size of credit. So these are the conflicting areas which needs to actually be solved in order to gain a common platform as to how we can approach access to finance. So I think these are the ones that we need to solve. Thank you, Anuji.
Thank you. Now we are almost taken our half an hour, but there is a one more final question. I would request Ghulam to be very brief, and then ask this question to our panel members. Thank you.
Thank you, Anu. As we are moving towards the closing session, I think it is important to see what partnership and collaborations we can further foster. This has been an amazing experiences listening to each other, but there are many ideas which have emerged about the even regional brand, talking about further policy exchanges and discussion and deliberation. So I would like to see advice and suggestions from first Dashu Dorjichi, and then I will request Dr. Pema. And if we have a Minister for Tourism in this right now in this platform, he can suggest some ideas. And maybe lastly, Walji for a few quick remarks from our 4 honorable members. So starting from Dashu Dorjiji, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really a big honor and opportunity to be part of this webinar. And it was really helpful, very useful session. And as I meant to say this, but I couldn't say in the beginning, actually for us, it was more of a learning by attending this session. So which I think I have achieved. I've learned a lot from there. Going forward, I just like to express that, especially now in view of this big ambition that we have to make our tourism resilient, green, and inclusive, sustainable. So these are the real priorities of the day, and for many, for for all times to come. So that gives a very big challenge to tourism sector, because in tourism, most of the time, whereas Bhutan, I would say proudly, we have taken the other way. But in most of the countries and destinations, I think the thrust is just still on maximizing the revenue from the tourism. That means this will be at the cost of entertaining mass tourism or over tourism. And as I said in my earlier presentation, also pre-COVID, that was the biggest issue, and now COVID has made it even more stronger. So that will be a biggest challenge for all the destinations, including in the mountains in our region, because our mountain regions is even more kind of vulnerable to the climate change and the sustainability issues. So therefore, that is something that we all need to take into consideration, like how do we take a decision on this middle path. Okay, maximization of profit is a good for economic development, but then I think for the greater good of the world and for our own sustainable destination, I think that is something that we might have to compromise or sacrifice. But at the same time, if we follow a certain new economic model like less is more, quality over quantity, I feel still we have a big opportunity in increasing our revenue from tourism, at the same time being able to take care of our the sustainable objectives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. G, for such a nice guidelines and suggestions. Good to see Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister. So, floor is yours. Yours, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Ghulam Ali Saab and Anu Kumari Lama ji. Very nice conversation today for sustainable tourism and financial institution webinar. It's very, I
think we've lost Honorable Minister.
Yeah, because Honorable Minister is trying to connect from Baltistan, so there is an internet issue. So maybe first we will go by the time, maybe he will try again. So can we go for the same comment to Iqbal Walji?
Sure. I think basically, though, out of the session, we need to have a little bit more pragmatic solutions. One of the issues clearly that hasn't been touched upon is cash flow based lending. And this is something that all our central banks in our area seem to shy away from because collateral lending obviously is much easier. I'm not sure what the experience is with Bhutan, but perhaps they have experimented with cash flow based lending. The tourism sector is really fragmented, and it's small enterprises for sure. Collateral, I mean, for example, as a service provider, a tour operator who might want to upgrade systems or might want to digitalize his marketing campaign, for example, has very little ability to provide collateral. One will have to look at cash flows. The other thing I think that's important is to address this sector is product packages. If you can develop product packages, the risk for that is fairly low because one can research the example I'd given earlier. For example, if you want to do a solar-based electrical solution or to a small lodging establishment, one knows what that lodging establishment has been paying in terms of energy costs in the past. One knows what are the costs of solar panels in the market, what it takes to install it. So one can develop a package to say that this is a package if you want to establish X amounts of electricity units from solar-based panel. This is the package for the cost. So if those are simple solutions, not very difficult to implement. There's low risk in those type of solutions. So I think we should perhaps look at how one can have solutions around those type of targeted financial interventions. Similarly, one can target waste management issues, and so on. I mean, the number of targeted products can be very high. The financial risk is very low because the amounts concerned are low. Financing has to critically, it must be cash flow based. So that's really my comments to this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such insightful advices. So I think I will request, I and all other colleagues would request you all to put your thoughts, if we have not even taken question, apologies for that, due to time constraint. But we would love to hear from you. So put your question, thought, and any idea to continue this momentum of the webinars and enriching us with the exchange of experiences, or any other suggestion you have. Please use the chat platform. We will have maybe in future more other sessions, but for now I will give the floor to our colleague Naina. Naina, over to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ghulam Ali and Dr. Anu, for moderating this interesting and interactive session. We appreciate the speakers' dedicated time and rich inputs for all of us. It was indeed very intriguing and productive. Thank you all for your active participation. We proceed to the closing session. To talk about the key takeaways and the way forward, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Imran Ahmed, Additional Director, Development Finance Support Department, the State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Ahmed, over to you.
It has been very informative and very collaborative session, both for the entrepreneurs, ecopreneurs, as well as the banking industry. We are especially thankful to Mr. Pema, Director General ICIMOD, Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head from the State Bank, and of course His Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister from Gilgit, Baltistan. And special thanks go to the arrangers, co-arrangers from Central Bank of Pakistan, and the team of the ICIMOD, which has made it possible to conduct a smooth seminar or webinar today, in which from speakers from various parts of the three countries have been speaking about various aspects of the tourism, be it tourism aspects or financing aspect. The perspective shared by all the countries and the banks will facilitate and enable us to learn from the experiences and guide better policies for sustainable tourism. For example, the presentation from the Bank of Bhutan was very informative, and it was a very, learning perspective for the Pakistani counterpart fellows, that what sort of financing products and what sort of targets have been set for the banking industry to finance to either SMEs or energy or agriculture. So similar practice, although being followed in Pakistan, however, there were certain things to learn. Similarly, studies from different regions, especially the one shared by Mr. Mirza and Ali from the Gilgit Baltistan, was very informative and will be our guiding factor to achieve the desired credit flow to tourism industry. Because Mr. Walji was referring to the financing constraint and the inability of the banking sector to adopt the cash flow based financing. Although from the central bank platform, we have been trying our best to convince or to enable banks to go for cash flow based financing instead of collateral based financing. However, as we also saw in one of the presentations in a country, I don't exactly remember whether it was Nepal or Bhutan, there were a large number of non-performing loans in SMEs. And similar the situation in Pakistan, a reasonable percentage, a large percentage of SME financing is in non-performing loans. For that reason, banks in certain areas become shy. However, we will make our best effort and collaborate with the respective governments of Azad Jammu and Kashmir, as well as Gilgit Baltistan and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, to ensure that the financial services are provided to the various parts of these northern areas where tourism has a lot of potential. Although State Bank has put in place various refinance schemes as well as credit guarantee schemes, however, as we discussed in one of the session as well, that financial literacy or awareness is always an issue. So our teams will be working more hardly on this area of awareness creation and financial literacy to let the residents of mountain areas know that such schemes exist and they are able to take benefit of these schemes and go greener and eco-friendly tourism. And of course, we have noted few of the most of the recommendations made by various that mostly evolved around the waste management techniques, providing of infrastructure, and cash flow based financing. And I think we may look into developing some working groups in collaboration with ICIMOD, relevant governments. For example, in case of Pakistan, it will be government of Gilgit Baltistan or AJK or KPK, as well as the financial industry, to design products and introduce measures which will increase credit flow to eco-friendly entities in Pakistan. So we have seen that there is a lot of focus. For example, in the case of Bhutan, we have seen the message from the royal personalities, and in case of Pakistan, we have seen a lot of interest from the existing government. For example, the existing political setup has introduced a wide range of initiatives and incentives to support and flourish tourism in Pakistan. So with these words, we are hopeful that tourism in these three countries, particularly and in the region, will flourish further, and suitable financing option will also be made available. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmed. You indeed pointed out some very important observations here. We are grateful and truly grateful to the State Bank of Pakistan for co-organizing this event with ICIMOD. We shall be soon having dialogues on concrete partnership with your bank. May I please request Mr. Babar Khan, Senior Ecosystem Management Specialist of ICIMOD, to kindly deliver his remarks and vote of thanks. Over to you, Dr. Khan.
Thank you, Naina. Honorable Minister for Gilgit Baltistan, Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, DG ICIMOD, Shaukat Zaman Sahab, Group Head, State Bank of Pakistan, worthy speakers and participants. Thanks to Imran Sahab for summarizing the conclusions. I will not repeat them again. Rather, I will just quickly share with you some of the way forwards that have come up during this discussion. I will start with Pema's remarks in the beginning, where after a very warm welcome, he said tourism, in a sense, is the real future of the Hindu Kush Himalayan mountainous. But we need to be careful that this tourism development in the mountains should be resilient, equitable, and sustainable. And at every stage, tourism development, particularly the sustainable tourism development, ICIMOD will be there to help its partners. Mr. Zaman discussed quite a few interesting program areas of the State Bank, supporting commercial bank and other financing agencies in Pakistan in a way to support tourism SMEs and other entities, but he also highlighted some issues and challenges towards better facilitation of tourism sector in the country. He expressed his hope to learn from the partners from the region, and I hope some of the presentations shared by our Bhutanese colleagues and the experts from Nepal have been very useful for him. State Bank of Pakistan has already established a high-level committee to transform tourism sector in Pakistan. That's a welcoming initiative, and we are quite optimistic that this high-level committee will help regulate green financing with a focus on tourism development in the country. The chief guest, Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, requested, and after explaining the tourism potential in the northern Pakistan, requested the State Bank to invest more in development and promotion of ecotourism in the region. He also mentioned that the government of Baltistan is conducting some really crucial and important studies on assessing the challenges and threats alongside determining the carrying capacity of very important and crucial tourism destinations in the region. My colleague Ghulam from ICIMOD gave an overview of tourism in the HKH region with a particular focus on Hindu Kush Karakoram Pamir landscape, where he called the tourism as a magnet for the externals as well as internals to be attractive for leisure and enjoyment. But the key message in his talk was that we need to consider the fragility, vulnerability of the mountainous region while developing and promoting tourism there. Again, my colleague Lama stressed on building resilience of tourism-based economies in the region, and he shared her experiences about the innovation in terms of low carbon and well-being focused tourism enterprises and supply chain management and greening of change in the MSMEs in the region. He also exerted to connect the well-being of businesses, particularly tourism businesses, natural environment and human communities living there. Research part was also very interesting. Some of the key findings shared by Amjad Ali of the Karakoram International University and Mirza Malik were really the eye-openers in terms of increasing tourist flows to the northern parts of Pakistan and the resultant changes in land use and land cover, which are unfortunately haphazard and unplanned. Amjad Ali suggested very strongly to have a proper land use plan for the region. Ecosystems, which are quite fragile, are being encroached, and ultimately we will end up with very weak ecosystem services and e-flows downstream. Mirza highlighted the risks in the financial flows to tourism sector. The lack of adequate capacity is a major impediment and constraint in this regard. Basanta's facilitation was up to mark, and some of the interesting things from the panel talk which he facilitated was Dashu Dradul Dorji's interesting presentation on tourism from Bhutan. His Majesty, the King of Bhutan's vision to promote high-value, low-volume tourism, I can understand, is one of the best models to be adopted by the partner countries in this HKH. He also shared the practices and principles of this great tourism model towards green, inclusive, and resilient tourism in the region. Padmakshi Rana's Tourovation hub was also of significance, high significance from the tourism enterprise development point of view, where she's working with almost eight different tourism enterprises, and we are quite hopeful that with the passage of time we'll be learning from these tourism enterprises about how we can promote resilient tourism enterprises in the region. Iqbal Waji Saab's historical, chronological information about tourism in Pakistan was very illuminating and quite new for many of us. But the important part was his perspective on the impacts of tourism in the country and his advice for considering different options like the cash flow based funding, product packaging, and target solution packages for tourism industry are very important, I think, at this critical point in time. Prem Muktanji's presentation from Bank of Bhutan was highly relevant, particularly his and the practice indeed of the bank to environment and climate risk assessment as part of bank's practice for credit risk assessment seems to be very useful for our colleagues in Pakistan, particularly in the State Bank of Pakistan and other commercial banks, learn from it and see if this can be adopted without any changes. Maitreya Shakia from Nabil Bank also shared quite useful and interesting lessons from the bank's work. He also highlighted the challenges they have been facing, but the good thing is that the monetary policy of the Nepal Central Bank is very clear on promotion of tourism, with a substantial amount of funds allocated to the tourism sector. Mazhar Shehzad Saab from State Bank of Pakistan also shared the bank's experience, particularly about the new provisions to facilitate tourism sector alongside many other sectors through long-term refinancing schemes and renewable energy support and women entrepreneurs in country is worth appreciation. Honorable Dashu Dradul Dorji, while sharing his views on the way forward, exerted to make our tourism sector sustainable in the HKH region. And for making that, he suggested to keep the carrying capacity of the tourism potential, carrying capacity and potential of the HKH mountain ecosystems in the view while planning for tourism development. He said tourism is an important opportunity where many of our regional countries can really benefit out of it, but we need to be careful about the fragility and vulnerability of the ecosystems. We all understand that the HKH region, which has tremendous potential of ecotourism, potential of tourism, is actually because of the enormous services the HKH ecosystems provide. While developing tourism plans, we all need to understand that if we maintain the ecosystems, obviously the tourism will flourish. If we fail to maintain the ecosystems, the tourism may not really develop and attract many tourists for us, bringing many benefits to the region and to the poor people of the mountainous area. Nanaji, I will stop here, but my last duty to perform is to say a big thanks to all of the participants who spared their time, shared their prudent views, ideas, and great suggestions uh, uh, with the participants here. Let me thank with the core of heart to the Excellency Raja Nasir Ali Khan, Tourism Minister, Government of Gilgit Baltistan, for his time contributions. I'm also thankful to Mr. Shaukat Zaman, Group Head, Foreign Exchange and Development Finance Group, and the Head of Networking and Financial Management at the State Bank of Pakistan. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence and your inputs. I owe indebtedness to Dr. Pema Gyamtsho, Director General of ICIMOD, for his presence throughout the webinar. Thank you so much, sir. Your guidance, support, and your presence makes the team really encouraged and supportive. I'm thankful to Dashu Durji Dradul, Director General, Tourism Council of Pakistan, for a wonderful presentation and very prudent and useful contributions, sir. I also like to thank Padmakshi Rana, Deputy Director Programs, Nepal Community, for your presentation, Madam. I'm also thankful to Iqbal Walji, President Walji, sir, for your great contributions. My thanks are due to Maitreya Shakia and Mr. Prem Moktan for sharing the banking and finances related solutions and experience from your respective regions and respective institutions with the participants. We really appreciate your inputs because these have been very much useful for all of us. I'm thankful to Mazhar Shehzad Saab, Joint Director, Infrastructure, Housing, SME Finance Department of the State Bank of Pakistan for your inputs and intellectual contributions, Shehzad Saab. My thanks to Malik, Mirza, and Amjad Ali also for sharing the research findings. And Basanta ji, thank you so much, sir, for wonderfully facilitating the presentation. Although we are moving towards the end of we all know that these 2 hours or 2+ hours of the event would have not been possible without the teamwork that was going behind the screen. So I wish to thank the organizing teams, both from the State Bank of Pakistan and ICIMOD. From State Bank, I wish to thank Imran Ahmed Saab, Kamran Nasir Saab, for your tremendous efforts to bring us all to the event and conducting it very smooth. My thanks are to our colleagues from ICIMOD for the excellent arrangements they have made. And I would like to mention their names here. Nina Shakia, Anu Lama, Tourism Specialist, Ghulam Ali, Program Coordinator, Hindu Kush Pamir Landscape Initiative, Sayyid Muhammad Abu Bakr, Rez Raj Bandari, Susmita Kamal, and the web designing and communication team of our management unit. I wish you all a very great thanks and wish you all a very safe and happy time. Thank you so much for your participation, for all your inputs and contribution. We hope to get in touch again very soon with you all with a brief proceedings, or whatever the outcome of this webinars comes up. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nanaji.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan, for a very comprehensive concluding remarks on behalf of ICIMOD. Thank you all very much for your active participation and appreciate your valuable time and engaging interactions.